wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This honorable House now resumes its sitting. Oath of Allegiance. Madam Clerk.
Lisa, Renee, Shanti, Hannah. Lisa, Renee, Shanti, Hannah.
I, Lisa Renee Shanti Hano, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Jamaica, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica, and that I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of Jamaica, so help me God.
Philip Bruce Cohen Henriquez.
Yes, that's right. I, Philip Bruce Cohen Henriquez, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Jamaica, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica, and that I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of Jamaica. So help me God. Yeah.
Daniel A. Lawrence.
Yes, miss. I, Daniel Anthony Lawrence, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Jamaica, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of Jamaica, and I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my duties to the people of Jamaica. So help me God.
Call of the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, no, I take down the table. You take down the table. Okay, everybody set up block him.
Mrs. Holness. Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Holness. Dr. Clark. Dr. Chang. Mr. Montague. Mr. Shaw. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Mackenzie. Ms. Grange. Ms. Williams. Mrs. Williams. Mrs. Malahoo Fort. Mr. Purnell Charles Jr. Dr. Tufton. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Green. Mr. Chuck. Mr. Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Terry Long. Mr. Terry Long. Mr. Main. Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Dr. Dunn. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Davis. Miss Marsha Smith. Mr. Dave Brown. Dr. Angela Roseberg. Brownberg. Dr. Michelle Judith Charles Freeman. Dr. Michelle Judith Marie Charles Freeman. Thank you. Mr. Philip Chin. Mr. Clark. Mr. Cousins. Ms. Crawford. Ms. Daly. Ms. Davis. Mr. Golding. Mr. Graham. Dr. Guy. Ms. Hamilton. Ms. Hannah. Mr. Philip Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Henry, Mr. Lester Mike Henry O.J., Mr. Hilton, Mr. Fitzjackson, Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Carrie Ann Lee, Mr. Robert Miller, Miss Carencia Morrison,
Present.
Miss Natalie Nito, Mr. Paul Well, Mr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sibley's, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Anne-Marie Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Dr. Wheatley, is that present? Thank you. Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Whittle, Mr. Wright.
Members, may I just use this opportunity to welcome us all to the first official sitting of the House of Parliament for this session. I want to particularly welcome our new members who are joining us for the first time, and of course those who are rejoining us at this time. I just want to say, borrow from a charge that the Prime Minister has given us. He said that the proceedings of this House must proceed with dignity, integrity, and efficiency. If you use it creates an acronym, Prime Minister, that says DIE, which means, has connotations, there are consequences if we do not proceed with dignity, integrity, and efficiency. And I just want to say, as a speaker, we all support that, and I intend to be guided, and I ask all our members in particular, or new members, to remember that the standing orders is a Bible by which we all will be guided. And as new members, I just want to ask us to focus on 84, because we are being carried live throughout this country. And I keep saying, to whom much is given, much is expected. So I ask that we focus on the standing orders, and let us abide by it. We started a trifle late because both government and opposition had various caucuses of our members. You didn't. Well, we have a full complement of new members that have joined the government, and therefore it was incumbent on us to give them guidelines as to how we proceed. But we will start at 2 in the afternoon. Members, the House this evening takes note of the passing of the fact that one of the former members of this House, Dr. D.K. Duncan, has passed. And so at this time, I would like to allow a few members, not the whole House, but a few members, to pay tribute to him. As a member of this House, I personally did not meet him here in this House, but I had the opportunity to meet with his wife outside the precincts of this House. I didn't know him in his political career, but of course, as we all know, the loss of a loved one is always a devastating experience for all of us. And so I would like, on my own behalf and on behalf of the members of this House, to extend condolences to his wife and members of his family. I'm going to invite tributes, and after tributes, we will stand and for a moment in silence in recognition of his passing.
Madam Speaker, we at this side take note of the passing of Dr. D.K. Duncan, who served in this Honourable House for the constituencies of East Central St. Andrew from 1976 to 80 and then 80 to 83, and subsequently the Hanover Eastern constituency from 2007 to 11 and then 2012 to 2016. Indeed, the Honourable member had 4 terms as member of this chamber. During that time, he was also the Minister of Mobilization, National Mobilization during the period of the 70s. D.K. Duncan, as we all know him, and indeed we all referred to him very affectionately, those who loved him, as D.K. And those who even didn't love him still said D.K. The truth is that D.K. was one of those passionate politicians of the heady period of the 70s and late 60s, when the ferment of nationalism raged and human rights issues were at the top of the agenda and civil rights movements were emerging and political and ideological battles were being fought all over the world. D.K. Duncan was centered in the midst of all of that in Jamaica and became a symbol of that sort of resistance. And whether you liked his philosophy or not, he was absolutely unable to be resisted. You couldn't avoid D.K. And his philosophy was interesting. And he offered an opportunity at all times for us to question, to look again at what we have or what we believe in and what we said. I remember very quite clearly, I had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to serve with him from 80 to 83 during his second stint as Member of Parliament for East Central St. Andrew. And during that time, you know, I came to understand him a little better than I did during the 70s. And I must tell you that I am one of the products of the 70s myself, having had my first election experience in 1976 during the then infamous state of emergency. And I learned something then which I've always had in my mind, and it has guided me, that the principles that must guide your life must never, ever, at any time, in any way at all, be compromised. And I learned that too from D.K. in the sense that his own sense of where we should go, he never varied from. I think that that's a strong legacy that can be internalized by so many of us. To be convinced about the process, be committed to it, and live by it. But then came the new D.K. that emerged, so to speak, in the 2020s. The new D.K. that was the Member of Parliament for Eastern Hanover, and who had a different perspective too, not in terms of how he should have ordered the social and economic parameters, but rather the methodology to deal with it. So what he gave us a sense of pivoting, how you can in fact pivot without losing the sense of your own commitment and the passion of your commitment. I want to close, Madam Speaker, by referencing the fact that D.K.'s second But perhaps most enduring legacy of all is the families that he created here in Jamaica. His children are his real legacy. His son, Keith Duncan, is an icon emerging as one of the really good leaders of business and commerce and finance, not just in Jamaica, but in the Caribbean. His daughters, too, have played their part in the political process. And I recall very well that he made sure that as a family man, he was very strong and committed. And that, too, is an important legacy. I think today we recall his memory. We recall his contribution. We extol his values, and we say to his family, we thank the divine for having him as part of our own existence over time. And we know that his parting will leave them poorer and leave us also to contemplate the contribution that he had made and to emulate even some of his greater values. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him. Madam Speaker, I also want to make reference to the passing of another outstanding Jamaican politician in the person of the former Honorable Senator Janet Grant Woodham. And although she did not grace this honorable house with her presence, she served the Senate with great distinction as the first female president of that chamber in Jamaica's history, and also as a Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Janet Grant Woodham also led a campaign for women's rights. And I recall when I was the minister responsible for women's affairs in the 80s, she led Jamaica's delegation to Nairobi and played a critical role in establishing and eventually having passed the motion to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women. And I think it should be recorded and recalled, because Jamaica's contribution in those periods were seminal. And she led the way, along with people like Gail Mathurin, not Gail, Gail's mother, Lucille Mathurin Mayer, and a number of other Jamaicans, women who really led a strong thought leadership process that helped to define the agenda of women during that period. So may her soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on her. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, D.K. Duncan and his political career was emblematic, really, of the evolution and one, I dare say, maturation of our own political process in the country. As has been said, he served 4 terms, but on 2 separate occasions in the House, between 1976 and 83, and between 2007 to 2016. And I think that if we look at each of those periods, we will see a process of evolution in our political life. And DK evolved with it, and one might also almost say he helped bring about some of the transformation that took place in that period. But I think by any measure that anyone could take, whether for or against his participation in the process, it would be recognized that he never changed his objectives, which was to bring social justice and upliftment to the people of Jamaica. His presence in political life did not begin with his foray into parliamentary politics. In fact, I first came to know him in the late 60s as part of what I would call the Black Power movement, the youth upheavals, social upheavals of that period, associated with the banning of Dr. Walter Rodney from the country in 1968 and the subsequent protests around it, which took place not just in the immediate aftermath of the banning of Dr. Rodney by the then administration, but which continued for a period after, in the Abeng movement, in the process of political organization by young people, and DK was very much at the center of that, and most significantly, I believe, as a community activist working with the farmers in the southern part of St. Anne, Brownstown, Alexandra, where they were facing an effort by the bauxite companies really to intrude on their lands without what they considered adequate compensation. Coming out of that, he became national organizer ultimately for the People's National Party, was very much involved in the efforts of sugar workers to organize cooperatives, was very much involved in initiatives like worker participation and other things, and was later elevated to the position of General Secretary in the People's National Party, and was an architect, one might say, of the victory in 1976 of the party. But his political contribution, even afterwards, I think what is important is that despite his passions, despite his commitment, he developed associations, and one might say friendships even, right across the political spectrum, and was able to enjoy the respect and confidence and goodwill of members of almost every political persuasion in the country, some of whom themselves, though I won't call any names here, have also been as adventurous as he was in their search for political affiliation and attachment. But he was beyond the political attributes. I think one should mention that he was a very rounded Caribbean man. He was a dentist who, I believe, when the reckoning is done, we'll probably find that he gave away his dental skills more than he charged for them. He was that kind of person, because he never turned away a patient who could not pay. He ended up doing, speaking personally, in the 60s when we were, I would call myself a part of the penurious student grouping. We would often find our way to Brownstown to get the dental services of DK. And he would not only give us his services free of cost, but would feed us and give us drink afterwards, so that it was a real double benefit going to a dentist like that. I think his only comfort was that after seeing the dentist, he couldn't consume that much. But he was also, many might not know, he played sunlight cricket and sustained an interest in cricket all through his life, a great conversationalist, and who would converse way into the night, properly bolstered by the appropriate Caribbean and Jamaican spirits. And he was able to sustain discussion up into the wee hours of any morning, all days of the week. Such was his commitment to discussion and to goodwill. Jamaica has lost a giant personality. The political process is poorer for his passing, and I dare say the People's National Party is poorer for his passing. He, as has been said, his political legacy lives on in his children, and his national contribution lives on in his children. We would like to take this opportunity to extend condolences on behalf of all of us, not only on this side, but I believe the entire Parliament, to his widow, Mrs. Beverly Duncan, and to his wider family, his biological family, and to his wider political family in the country, which is not restricted to the People's National Party. We would ask that the Parliament, in its usual way, communicate with the family and extend our collective condolences. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him. We would also like to join on this side in paying tribute to Senator Janet Grant Woodham, who passed away recently. Her contribution in the Senate and in the political process, I think, is well known, and she established a pathway which many would do well to emulate. Again, we extend to her and her family our condolences and that of the Parliament. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to pay a tribute on behalf of the People's National Party to Dr. D.K. Duncan. He was a strong advocate for social justice and for the upliftment of the black race. He was known in the party as a masterful organizer. But most importantly for me, he was always willing to share his experiences, his expertise, and his knowledge with the younger members of the party. That was always normally done over spirits, well into the late into the night or early into the morning. But most importantly, we learned a lot from him about how to organize. The detail that he emphasized in like canvassing, the documents that he would have on historical data on constituencies that he would match. So he really has left a legacy in the party, a legacy which has been carried on by some of his children, but also by others who have had the opportunity to share with him. So on behalf of the party, we want to express our condolences to his family, his wife Beverly, his children, and the political family in Eastern Hanover and also in East Central St. Andrew, where he served as well. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetually shine upon him.
At this point, may we rise for a few moments to acknowledge the passing of both parliamentarians, Senator Janet Grant Woodham and Dr. D.K. Duncan. May their souls rest in peace, and light perpetual ever shine upon them. I will ask the clerk on our behalf to send a card to his wife and family expressing our condolences. Statement by ministers.
Madam Speaker, we have statements by ministers today. The first will be from the Minister of Education, Youth and Information, Honorable Favor.
Thank you.
I crave your indulgence, Minister, just a moment, with the copies. I have a copy. I have one, but the opposition. Opposition. Being circulated. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it is my distinct pleasure to say those two words, Madam Speaker. And to congratulate you and the Deputy Speaker, MP Holness, in leading the Parliament. This afternoon, I will provide an update to this Honourable House on the plans and programs that have been put in place by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information for the official start of the new school year on October 5, 2020. As we are all aware, Madam Speaker, Jamaica has been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The education sector in particular has been hard hit. Face-to-face schooling has been disrupted. Schools have been closed for an extended period, and there is an urgent need for solutions that will allow our children to continue receiving quality formal education amidst the continuing pandemic. Since assuming office on September 14th, I've had a series of meetings with a wide cross-section of stakeholders representing students, parents, teachers, principals, administrators, the book publishing and retail industry, and internet service providers, among others. Arising out of those meetings and in consultations with the officers at the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, we have endeavored to arrive at a place to allow for the official start of the new school year come next Monday. The most recent advisories from the Ministry of Health and Wellness regarding the community spread phase of the pandemic do not support face-to-face teaching and learning. Additionally, major stakeholders such as the JTA, Principals Association, and the National Parent Teachers Association have raised objections to face-to-face teaching and learning at this time. As such, we will commence classes with students remaining at home and utilizing any or all of the three approaches that I will outline to receive their lessons. The first approach is online, in which students remain at home and access lessons via the Google Suite Learning Management System. In this approach, teachers and students will be in a virtual classroom environment. The teachers will be able to teach online, and the lessons will be recorded for students to access at their own convenience as many times as they would like in order to improve the mastery of subject matter. To access online lessons online, the students will need to have a device, which is a laptop, a tablet, or smartphone, and internet connectivity. The students and teachers will not need to have a data plan to access the Google Suite Learning Management System, or G Suite for Education. Students and teachers are being provided with email addresses which they will use to sign on to the online classroom. Of course, for the security, they will create their personal passwords. To date, 15,466 teachers and 190,352 students have already signed on and are using the system. This figure represents 32% of students across early childhood, primary, secondary, and tertiary, public and private institutions. We continue to work with the Early Childhood Commission to onboard the early childhood practitioners. We're also training our special needs teachers and teachers in the private schools. Approximately 20,000 teachers have been trained on the learning management system to create their virtual classrooms so that they can seamlessly conduct classes and have an overall dexterity with the system so that in the event students need some assistance navigating, the teachers have the competence to respond. Additionally, we've trained system administrators to support the students in navigating the virtual space. The learning management system is a cloud-based system and is a platform managed by Google as part of their education product offering. The platform is cloud-based that I mentioned before, but that means it is not dependent on the Ministry of Education having thousands of servers to manage. And so all students utilizing this platform should not experience any capacity issues. You may have other issues, but not a capacity issue. In the second approach, the ministry will be providing lessons through audiovisual means using TV, cable, and radio. TVJ will be providing a dedicated channel for 24 hours, while Ready TV, in collaboration with CVM, will also be providing a 24-hour dedicated station, along with lessons to be aired on PBCJ and cable channels. Several radio stations will also participate. The ministry will publish a schedule on our website, on all the social media platforms, in the newspapers, email to the principals of schools, teachers, and to the students so that they will know precisely at what time their classes will be on. The third approach is for the ministry to provide printed material for students to utilize along with their textbooks and worksheets at home. The textbooks and workbooks will be available through the schools for pickup during the first week of the remote learning. Every student will have the government-issued textbook and worksheets where applicable, every student in the public system. For those students who live in deep rural parts of Jamaica and have to depend on the printed materials only, there will be special worksheets and practice books that will be printed and distributed to these students through their schools. Additionally, the students will get printed lessons for 2 weeks in advance. The completed worksheets will be picked up at established points so the teachers can mark the completed work and be in touch with the students via telephone, WhatsApp groups for the classes, or text messages. Madam Speaker, I am making an appeal for community support for our children, especially in the inner cities and rural parts of Jamaica where parents have to go to work. I'm also making a national appeal as well for NGOs and faith-based organizations to work with families to ensure the safety and protection of our children. In the home, this is where the aunts, uncles, grandparents, and older siblings can come together and schedule their time so that there's always some supervision in the home for our children. We are all going through this pandemic together. Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that consequent to the Ministry's partnership with Google commencing September 14, 2020, all educational institutions will be provided with a G Suite for Education account through the moeschools.edu.jm domain. This means that all teachers and students will have an email account provided by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information to access the system. This will facilitate the implementation of the National Learning Management System at no cost to all institutions. The moeschools.edu.jm account will provide schools with access to the full Suite for Education applications. G Suite for Education is a learning management application that includes the Google Classroom, which can be deployed school-wide as a single space to host all online classes while at school or from a remote location. Included in Google Classroom is Google Meet, which supports live interactive teaching and learning activities. The National Learning Management System will also provide school leaders, teachers, and students with access to a collection of applications to perform the following tasks and more: to manage email accounts, create presentations, schedule and track events, centrally store files, create spreadsheet documents, create and share quizzes, perform word processing, utilize the electronic whiteboard, the Jamboard, record students' grades, provide access to central monitoring for education officers to better support schools. Madam Speaker, in an effort to support the efficient implementation and utilization of the National Learning Management System, the Ministry has made ongoing Google Classroom training available to all teachers through the Jamaica Teaching Council and through partnerships with local and overseas universities. Principals, vice principals, and other middle managers have been accessing leadership training through the National College for Educational Leadership, NCEL. School-based system administrators have also been receiving training provided by the Enterprise School Management System Unit. This started on August 27, 2020, and has continued throughout the month of September. Madam Speaker, we are reminding school administrators to register their institution for this service by completing and submitting the National LMS registration form. Schools with their own G Suite for Education account are being asked to also complete the registration form and indicate the name of their G Suite domain. Schools that have started to use the G Suite or other learning management system should switch over or work with our technical team to integrate their domain with the moeschools.edu.jm domain so that they can benefit from the fully funded benefits afforded under the Ministry's partnership with Google. Schools that are currently using other solutions, such as the school management system offered by RenWeb, Smart Term, and other service providers, can continue to do so while the Ministry provides the technical support and required resources to enable these partnerships. Madam Speaker, the Ministry has entered into partnership with Flow Jamaica, Digicel Jamaica, and Ready TV to facilitate internet access and broadband services to enable the teaching and learning in all schools utilizing the G Suite Learning Management System domain being provided. This means that all principals, teachers, students, and parents can now be engaged in virtual online teaching and learning activities without the need to utilize their personal internet data. The Ministry is also completing the negotiation for schools to have the bandwidth required to host lessons from schools, meaning the teacher would come to the school. An allocation to augment data support for teachers and students is also being considered. All the technical processes are being implemented, including training of key stakeholders, and already over 952 schools have activated their account. Flow and Digicel have advised that they will also continue to offer their reduced education data plans. Once an individual subscribes to an education data plan, in addition to voice minutes and data, they will have zero-rated access to 17 frequently used learning platforms and websites via the Flow network and 128 frequently used learning platforms and websites using the Digicel network. Ready TV will continue the installation of their system in the 100 communities or schools approved by the ministry. The ministry is also exploring other initiatives to support the other 138 schools that cannot access. Other approved apps such as Calculation Time and free apps that have been evaluated and found to be suitable for the different levels of the system. These have been pulled together and are accessible under the MOEYI e-resources app, both on and offline. Madam Speaker, I'm also very happy to report that all users of electronic devices, whether those be tablets or computers supplied by the ministry or procured by guardians, have access to the ministry's e-resources app. This is a single platform for all resources that provide both online and offline access to e-books, content, worksheets, quizzes, etc., and they're all aligned to the national standards curriculum and the primary exit profile, as well as other interactive learning solutions targeted at the early childhood to the secondary levels. Students who have their own devices and those who will receive devices procured at the school level will also gain access to the e-resources app. The ministry's e-resources app is now in the Google Play Store for ease of access to all. Students who receive tablets and laptops can now download. Please note that once you've downloaded, the app will be available offline. Madam Speaker, the Education Ministry's programs are not restricted to public schools. In fact, we are extending our outreach to independent and private schools. What this means, Madam Speaker, is that all basic schools will be provided with access at no cost to the G Suite and relevant content through the Early Childhood Commission once the institution is registered. All independent or private schools will also be provided with access to the G Suite and content once they are registered with the Independent Schools Unit located at the Central Ministry. These schools also will be provided with a selected number of tablets or laptops for needy students as identified and based on available funds. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information is fully committed to providing the resources and helping the education system to transition to the one that can effectively navigate the new normal. This requires us to pivot the odds in our favor and to capitalize on the seeds of opportunity through consultations and strategic collaboration. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the issue of tablets and laptops. Madam Speaker, to augment the 18,000 tablets and over 12,000 desktop computers already in the school system, the Ministry will procure and distribute additional tablets and laptops, commencing with the distribution of 40,000 tablets for part students effective October 2, 2020. These will be distributed by e-learning and will be targeted at part students in grades 4 to 6 and grades 10 to 13. Additionally, the public high schools have been provided with the funding to procure laptops for students at grades 10 to 13 who are also on path, and for other vulnerable students as identified. Please note that e-learning will be working with the high schools to support the procurement of the laptops. And so I want to say to the schools, you are not on your own. You have e-learning as your partner. In addition, e-learning has completed the distribution of tablets to teachers under the Tablets for Teachers, Jamaica Teachers Association Heads of Agreement. Those teachers who have not yet received tablets based on the time they were employed will be dealt with as of the month of October. Madam Speaker, the ministry has heard the cries of families in need with regards to tablets and laptops. Every student wants to be online, and we recognize that need. So far, in looking at the tablets that we've been providing and the laptops, we have been emphasizing PATH students, and that is where the emphasis should rightly be. But in addition, for non-PATH needy families, the ministry will make available a subsidy or a voucher of $20,000 to families of 36,000 students towards the purchase of a tablet or laptop. There will be a registration process and criteria for the selection of the 36,000 students. We will announce the start date for the registration process. We have a minimum specification for the tablets and laptops so that parents can be guided and do not end up purchasing inferior tablets and laptops with the $20,000 voucher. For tablets, the minimum specification is 1 gigabyte of memory, 32 gigabytes of storage, and at least an 8-inch screen. For laptops, the minimum specification is 4 gigabytes of memory and 500 gigabytes of storage. The laptop should also come with Intel i3 or dual-core processors. E-learning has negotiated wholesale prices with selected vendors of the Jamaican equivalent of US $150 for tablets and US $460 for laptops, inclusive of GCT. There's also a 12-month warranty in place. And I'm spelling this out for the benefit of parents so that they have the requisite knowledge. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the ministry is in talks with the PSOJ to launch a one laptop or tablet per child initiative. We're calling on corporate Jamaica, NGOs, faith-based institutions, international development partners, private individuals, and the diaspora to help us equip our students to be able to access online education. The Ministry of Education is fully committed to providing the resources and helping the education system to transition to one that can effectively navigate the new normal. This requires us to pivot the odds in our favor and capitalize on the seeds of opportunity through consultations and strategic collaboration. Madam Speaker, it is often said, there's an opportunity in every crisis. The current public health crisis has presented the education system with an opportunity to retool for the technological age and to help our children cope with contemporary challenges. We cannot fail our children.
No? I thought I would have been aided, Madam Speaker, with a podium of some sort to be helpful. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for coming to Parliament today and making the statement, which would allow Jamaicans to, quite rightly, be updated in terms of where we are in the reopening of schools in this academic year. We already know that given the pandemic, we have seen how families have been impacted. We have seen how long our kids have been out of school. We have seen the economic impact on families and what that would mean for their ability to prepare for the teaching learning process and to acquire learning material at this time. We have also seen from surveys the impact on nutrition of our families and therefore of our children, as well as the loss of earnings amongst so many. There is no doubt that in whatever is being done, we have to ensure equitable access to education across all sectors. So in that regard, I think that from the presentation of the Minister, there are some excellent initiatives, and I'd like to commend the Ministry of Education on those. I start by congratulating the Ministry on taking seriously and on board the concerns of stakeholders in the sector in terms of protecting teachers and students, given the pandemic, and actually not starting with a face-to-face engagement. I believe that that is a good start. I like the idea of the 3 approaches because it broadens the channels through which individuals can access content, and I think that that is important. I believe, though, I would have loved to see us go a little bit further. In following the Minister, and I was not sure what would have been the arrangements made for students from grades 1 to 3 and grades 7 to 9. Because the document speaks about what is being done for grades 4 to 6, path students, grades 4 to 6, as well as students grades 10 to 13. And it does not give us enough information to be clear on what is happening to those other students at the same time. I spoke earlier about the learning management system, the other access, audiovisual means, and the learning kits, and I think that that is good. I also like the idea of asking for community, NGOs, and the private sector to help our parents in our communities make sure that their children are able to benefit. What I wasn't clear on was what additional support is going to be given by the ministry to parents who are finding it difficult in this new environment to really support their children. I have spoken to a number of parents, some of modest means and some with greater means. And for all of them, it has been a challenge. It has been a challenge finding structure. It has been a challenge to balance the needs of the entire family. And I believe that the ministry needs to do a little bit more in terms of providing support and not just leave that to the community, to NGOs, and to private sector. So that is one. In terms of what the ministry is doing in providing access to technology and access to laptops, computers, tablets, and so on, I think that the effort is commendable. My concern, of course, would be on the basis of our acknowledgement of the great digital divide that exists in the society and how we make sure that more of our students will be engaged. And what am I talking about? The 36,000 students who will be assisted with the tablets, for example, works out to 500 and odd students per constituency if we were breaking it down like that. And I'm just wondering, is there an audit done as to how many students are really in need in terms of being able to get devices, being able to access data, and all of that? And with what is presented here, are they sufficiently covered? Who else is left out of what is presented, and how are we going to assist them? When I think of our students in rural areas, some places that don't even have the towers, how is that going to happen? What is going to happen? Earlier this year, I think it was, we heard talk about community hotspots and that kind of a thing to help some of our students. Where is that? How is that going to happen? Sometimes when we talk about putting in, giving free data or allowing persons access to data, buying tablets and so on, we still don't do the count to recognize that we are still leaving too many of our children behind. I was talking to a constituent, I was attempting to contact a constituent the other day about a matter that was extremely important and one that I know had been her concern for the last couple of days. Eventually, she sent me a message and she said to me, "My phone is being used by my son, so I cannot speak with you while he is doing his lessons." Later on, when I figured she was free and I called to speak with her and we were discussing it, she said to me, she allowed him to use it, but the truth is that she has 2 other kids at home. And she's not so sure what to do with them because she just is not able to find the device for them and to allow them also to participate in the teaching learning process. So these are some of the concerns that occupy me at this time, and I believe that it is extremely important for us to make sure that in the new normal that we are creating, we acknowledge not just the digital divide and the gap, but that we also acknowledge that there is indeed a real apartheid in education in Jamaica, and we make sure that our schools that are normally disadvantaged, our students who are normally disadvantaged just from attending certain schools, that we make a determined effort to bring them up as well as we as we recalibrate for this new normal. I understand why the minister would have spoken as much as she did on the opening of schools, and that is absolutely important. There is another matter that concerns us in education as well as we end the term and open a new one, and that is a matter that has been in the public domain for the last couple of days relating to concerns of our students and parents as it relates to what they are calling inconsistencies in the grades for CSEC and CAPE. And I would have thought, Minister, that you would have, notwithstanding a statement that you would have made earlier, I thought you would have used the opportunity to bring the rest of Jamaica up to date in terms of what is being done to resolve the issue here in Jamaica. And I'm not just talking about asking for an investigation. When it comes to education, I believe, as I have seen hinted at in your presentation, that building partnership is really what we are looking for. And if that is so, I would hope that you would agree, Minister, that what we need to do is to have that dialogue with stakeholders, including members from CXC or parents or teachers, members from the Ministry of Education, to be able to identify what are the major issues fueling the concerns and how indeed they can be addressed. I gather from talking to a few individuals that there are some ideas in terms of doing that, that CXC has provided a way for individuals to submit any outstanding SBAs, to review the SBAs and see how they could move. But I thought that coming from the minister, it would be an important step just to bring all of us up to date in terms of what is happening. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I have some comments and questions. Madam Speaker, on the current trajectory, we are failing the Jamaican students with this plan. 40,000 students, it is projected, will get tablets on the PATH program. Another 36,000 who are not on PATH. We have 600,000 students in the school system. My own estimate is that about 20% parents can afford to buy tablets or laptops for their kids. So we have about 500,000 students who are in need. This plan will fail the Jamaican students. Let me start by asking, of the 40,000 tablets that the minister projects to start delivering October 2nd, can she provide to the Parliament a time frame for when these tablets are going to be delivered? If the first 10,000 will be done between October and November, the next 20,000, if these tablets are in Jamaica right now, if they are in Jamaica, how long they've been in Jamaica? Secondly, why has the ministry divested itself of responsibility for procuring tablets by asking principals of schools to go and procure tablets? I can't understand the rationale for this. You have e-learning that has expertise in procuring tablets, and now the government has given money to principals, asked each principal to go out there and procure tablets for their schools. How can that make sense? One, you're not going to get the volume discounts and the benefit of price. You're going to have many different, while you're providing specifications, principals are not procurement officers. So I can't understand the rationale for doing this. Third, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, can the minister update us on the status of the island-wide broadband network? There's a program funded by the Universal Service Fund with both providers where schools, hospitals, post offices, police stations, health centers have been connected to high-speed internet access. I know what we left in 2016. I don't know where we are right now. And the reason I'm interested in this, the devices are one end of the spectrum. Internet access is the other end of the spectrum. And if we don't have internet access, and while I've heard what she has said in some of these things, we are again going to be failing these students. So Madam Speaker, when I see this plan here, it does not go far enough. It simply does not go far enough. And the risk that we face, and this is an issue which existed long before COVID. The failure to provide these instruments existed long before COVID. The risk we face is that we have not had in-person school from March of this year. You have students who have had no access to education whatsoever. None. We all know in here as members of parliament because we get the calls every day. And we know the poorer students, the example given by my colleague from Southwest St. Andrew of a lady who has only a phone with three children at home, and that's the only device. This does not go far enough. I'm going to repeat my call. The Prime Minister answered and said he's worried about the thing being abused. We must remove the GCT even as a temporary measure, on tablets and laptops so that parents can access them. In a best case scenario, with your plan, you will not even get up to 100,000 students of the 600,000 that need. And the 600,000 are between the primary school system and the high school system. You may get to 100,000 with this plan. What will happen to the other 400 or 500? Even if you say 100,000 can afford it, what them going to do? This does not go far enough, and the government need to wheel and come again with a plan that can take care of the majority of the Jamaican students.
Side of yellow. Right there, yeah. I'll use this one. Sorry. Madam Speaker, just a few questions to the Minister. What criteria will you use to assist the other 36,000 who is not on path to access the device? And I would like to find out in regards to counseling, what mechanism is put in place for students who will need counseling, since they will be doing, they will be at a distance. What mechanism is put in place so that you'll be able to identify, especially, Madam Speaker, Minister, for those who probably is being abused in the home and they don't want to be using these devices to communicate, what kind of mechanism will be put in place to ensure that their well-being and safety is protected? I personally is very, very concerned because I know that nutrition, when you're at school, especially for those who are most vulnerable, you as a teacher can pick up when a child is really hungry. What is going to happen at home when they are left? Parents have to work. Most of them don't have any helpers. So they have to leave the children to really monitor themselves. What is going to happen? Because we are talking about these things as if it is a perfect thing. And I want to just say to you, Madam Speaker, Minister, it is more to teaching and learning than just chalk and board and computers. If you don't take care of the well-being and the welfare of the students, we are going nowhere. So I would love to see a plan, a comprehensive plan that speaks to well-being, welfare, and also in terms of social interactions. Because, Minister, I do not know if you're going to eliminate physical education as a subject matter. So all that needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you for all your questions, and I'm going to try to go through them as best as I can. But I want to say to all of us here, we are in a pandemic, and there are two choices facing the education system with regards to school. Either you open school face-to-face, or you open school with students at home. There are no other options. No other options. And so far,
right, so far, based on all the consultations, based on what you have heard in the public domain from the JTA, the Principals Association, the National Parenting Association, even in your own individual interactions with persons, there is a high level of anxiety about face-to-face schooling, and so the only other option is to have children at home, and we deliver the teaching and learning experience across a number of different platforms to the students, recognizing that not all students live in Kingston and St. Andrew. There are students out in rural Jamaica as well. And so we've laid out for you all the different options that we will be using to reach students wherever they are. Is the system perfect? No. But we have looked at it, and we are providing the teaching and learning experience on a number of different platforms so that all students, regardless of where they are, will be connected to the education system and will be able to get the teaching and learning experience. If you are in a part of Jamaica where you do not have electricity, you do not have internet connectivity, you have no device, you have no radio, you have no cable TV, you have no TV station, you will get the printed material. You will be connected to your school. You will be in touch with your teacher, and you know across Jamaica there are schools that are located in communities, and teachers in those schools are caring teachers and principals who will ensure that the students get the material, the printed material. We have arranged for those to be picked up, taken to the teachers to be graded and returned to the students. We will be given lessons 2 weeks in advance, so students will have those. So we believe we have looked at all possibilities. We are even going to, for the video lessons, we're going to be downloading those on jump drives. So students who may be out someplace where they happen to have a laptop or other devices and they can use a jump drive, we will be providing that to them as well. So we are very conscious of the limitations within which we are operating now and using everything at our disposal with regards to our children. In terms of specific questions, what is the arrangement for grades 1 to 3 and grades 7 to 9? Because the emphasis so far has been on grades 4 to 6 and grades 10 to 13 in terms of these devices. As you would have heard, the $20,000 voucher will be available to those in grades 1 to 3 and 7 to 9. Additionally, in our next purchase of devices, the plan is to purchase some 25,000 devices, and those would be targeted at grades 7 to 9. With regards to additional support to parents who are finding it difficult to support their children, funds, for one thing, funds will be provided to parents through the Ministry of Labor for those children who are on PATH. Additionally, NPL will be distributing products to schools for needy students as well. In terms of the parents themselves, there has been continuous training of parents who avail themselves of it. The ministry has been providing mentoring. And you would have heard as well about the back-to-school grants that were mentioned by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service that would be provided to students. You mentioned a situation in which there was one phone in the home. I just want to remind you again that the lessons will be provided on a number of different platforms. So it's not just about using a phone. If you have a TV, we'll provide you with a schedule as to when your classes will be on. If you have access to cable or radio, and the printed material will be provided to anyone, any student who has indicated that they would like the printed material. So even if you are able to access online and you say you would like the printed material, that will be made available to you as well. You're not, as a student, as a parent, you're not restricted to any one of these approaches. All of them are available to you. Member from Southeast St. Andrew, I think you need to do a little bit of recalculation of your numbers. In this, I already told you that 190,352 students are already signed on to the learning management system, and they are using it. So that's well in excess of that 100,000 number that you 15,466 teachers are signed on as well. With regards to schools purchasing devices, right, those funds were distributed to schools. Since then, we have indicated to the schools that e-learning will be coordinating the purchase so that the schools don't have to hassle themselves with going out and trying to secure those devices. They simply need to be in touch with that entity who will aggregate and negotiate wholesale prices for those schools. As to the question about CSEC and CAPE, I would have issued a press release outlining the fact that we've called for an investigation into the anomalies. I would have, since then, since the press release was issued, we would have met as regional ministers of education with CSEC and aired our issues. Additionally, there is a meeting planned for this week or early next to meet one-on-one with CSEC Jamaica to present the issues that have come to us. We've also indicated to students who are having the issues with these anomalies, rather than posting it on social media, you have a formal course of action that you can take. Take the appeal to the Overseas Examination Council. They will gather all these appeals, they will aggregate them and take them to the Ministry of Education. We will, as the ministry, be in communication with CXC to present and to argue the case for our students. We believe the issue has merit, and so we are taking this up on behalf of our students that have come forward to say they're having an issue with the grade that they have received. As you would have known, going through this pandemic, CSEC had to make some changes to how the exam was done this year. Normally, you have three segments to the examination process. You have a multiple choice, short essay, and you have the school-based assessment. This year, because school was upended, CSEC decided to only do the multiple choice and the school-based assessment. So students who would have done their school-based assessment, it would have been graded by their teachers. The teachers would have indicated what their grade, their preliminary grade is. They would have gone into the other segment of the exam, the questionnaire, with that in the back of their minds. And so they have some sense of what their grades should be. And it's in getting these grades from CXC looking at them and realizing that they may be different from what they had anticipated, that's where the issue comes in. There are some other anomalies as well that the ministry has identified, and we will be taking up the case on behalf of the students of Jamaica. So they are not left out there on their own at all. They are too important to be left, with this issue. And I think I would have answered all the questions. With regards, just one last one, the status of island-wide broadband. I'm sure Minister Vaz will be able to answer that question for you, member from Southeast St. Andrew, as to the current state of play. What I can say is all the stakeholders, NWA, e-learning, Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, USF, they're all collaborating to ensure that there is a government-wide, island-wide broadband network that can connect all the government facilities, whether they be schools, hospitals, police stations, community centers, and so on. It's a big project, but I know that they've been working on it and will continue to do so. They have made significant progress, especially in the urban center in Kingston, and they will continue to work on it until it's completed. So thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, there are some specific questions that were not answered.
Member, I am just going to remind you that we're going to be guided by the standing orders.
Sure.
Therefore, I trust, because we've had extensive questions and the minister has answered, that this is a question.
Well, there was
for
a question.
Clarification.
There's a question
not a new matter.
I asked which was not answered, so I just want to
so
remind
if it is for clarification,
no,
that's
it was not answered. So I'm going to ask the question again.
Go ahead.
The question relates to the 40,000 tablets for part students. My specific question was, I would like to know the time frame for the distribution of these tablets, whether the first 10,000 will be done in the first 3 months, the next, etc. That was a specific question. I also asked specifically how many of these tablets are here. And the reason I asked that question is there's a global shortage of tablets and computers. And then the third I want to ask relates to the procurement for the 36,000.
Member.
No, these are questions.
We don't want to introduce something new. What we want, and I agree with you, if you're asking for clarification because your question
it's the same questions I asked before.
That's fine.
Same questions I asked before. And whether the procurement for the tablets for the 36,000 non-part, what is the status of that? Again, given the global shortage of these equipment.
Okay, so we have on hand 36,000 tablets, and these are the ones that we will begin to distribute come October 2nd. In terms of the time frame for full distribution, we expect that by the end of November we will, and it's only because 6,000 of the 40,000 will be coming during that period of time, but we have 34,000 on hand right now in warehouses that we will begin distributing on October 2nd.
Madam Speaker, just for clarity, for clarification, ma'am.
Member, is this a question for clarification?
That's what I just said. Yes, it is, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead. Short question for clarification, because we are going to be guided by the standing orders.
Madam Speaker, when the minister responded, she started by speaking about two options, either face-to-face or online, and made it seem as if there was a contention about how we should start. So I just wanted to clarify that there was absolutely no contention as far as that was concerned. The discussion that ensued was really about equity and making sure that students were not left out. The question that I asked in terms of the technological audit, and with the plan, how many students are left out and so on. I noticed the minister did not answer. I'm not sure if it is that she did not have the breakdown in that way. Saying to us that everyone is captured is not good enough. We're all concerned and we wanted to dig down on the figures. The second question that was not answered was in terms of the non-path students who were going to be registered for tablets, computers. I think the member had asked, is there a criteria? And that was not answered as well. Thank you.
Member, no student will be left out. The distributing printed material will be the way that we're ensuring that no student is left out of the system. We will ensure that each student gets the workbooks, the textbooks, that they have lessons 2 weeks in advance, that the work that they do is picked up, delivered to the teachers, so the teachers can grade and return to the students. We know that that is going to be, a lesson in logistics, but already we have partners on board who have indicated that they will help us. The Gleaner Company has indicated that they will use their island-wide network to help us in terms of getting this out into the hands of students. So we're operating from the premise that we will not leave any child behind.
Thank you, Minister. May we move on? Statements by the Prime Minister.
Thank you.
I didn't give you permission to go ahead. I think we have exhausted.
No, Madam Speaker. No. You're not going to deny me my right to ask a question. I'm sorry.
Education, but there are several matters and there are questions that can be tabled in this House. We have had extensive questions. The Minister has answered. No. I respect the fact that it is education, and I do think we have exhausted.
That was not my concern, Madam Speaker, is that I have a question as a member. I have a right to ask the question.
And is it a question for clarification? If it is a new subject.
No, I have not asked a question before, Madam Speaker, and I need to ask a question as a member.
Yes, and I'm going to direct you, member, to the standing orders 17.2, which allows us, at the discretion of the Speaker, to ask a question to clarify, to elucidate. And I have the standing orders.
Madam Speaker, might I remind you that I did not ask a question before, hence I should not be asking for clarification. As a member, I'm rising to ask a question, which I'm entitled to.
Member, the standing orders allows for questions on the statement made by.
I'm asking the question, Madam Speaker.
It is also, member, we have allowed. There are timelines given for questions and for responses and for the minister. And I'm just saying that in my discretion, I think we have exhausted.
But how can you say that, Madam Speaker? You do not know what my question is, and then you're saying your discretion.
But the standing...
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I think the members should appreciate that there are questions for elucidation and clarification after the minister speaks and makes a statement, and then there are substantial questions for which the order paper provides you with an opportunity at question time. And I think, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful that we follow the rules in relation to these things, and that we don't use the period for statement of ministers to have substantial questions which can be accommodated in the order paper.
What is more important than this? What is more important than this?
Madam Speaker, it is not our intention to be contentious, but each one of us who comes here comes from somewhere, and the matter that is before us is so crucial that we need to be heard in relation to elucidating the issues that are raised by the minister. And I don't think you should preempt the members, Madam Speaker, because everything that is asked so far has to do with elucidating and explaining further in relation to what the minister has said. So I implore you to allow the member to ask his question.
Member, I want to make it very clear that it is my duty and my intention to be very fair, and that all members have an opportunity to speak. But there are other sections on the order paper, and I am saying there has been latitude given by this speaker this evening. We have gone over. We have gone over the standing orders. We said, and I'm sure we all agreed, I understood that the leader of opposition business agreed that we are going to be guided by the rules in the standing order. And if we are going to do it, we are either going to do it or we are not going to do it. And it says that a response to a statement by a minister should not exceed 5 minutes. I have allowed 10 minutes. I have allowed 12 minutes because I think we are dealing with a novel situation, and I believe that education is an important aspect of the entire nation. So I have done that, and but I am saying to you that I think it is important that if we're asking questions, and I have allowed questions that have gone on, so we either have to decide as members of the Parliament whether we want to abide by the rules, and as I said, the minister has spoken at length. It is my ruling this evening, and I believe that I am being fair. There are other questions that can be tabled. I'm going to ask us to allow us to
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, may I, because just now you referred to this a statement by a minister and a response. By the way, the minister is restricted to a certain time frame, and she, without our complaint, exceeded that by double, right, significantly. And that's fine. That's fine. It's a crucial matter, and so to my colleague in relation to the response. But the fundamental issue, Madam Speaker, has to do with the member's right to get explanation in this chamber based on what we are sent here to do. And I believe that before preempting the member, you should have at least heard the questions and then make a determination after that.
Member, I am being fair, and I agree that we ought to be heard. But I believe that we have been fair. I timed the minister. She exceeded. I timed the response. I allowed extensive questions. And I'm saying, I'm not excluding the member. I'm merely saying, having exhausted questions and gone over in extensive, using much more time than is allotted in the standing orders, I am inviting the member, because it is an important issue, education is, to table the question and have it properly answered by the minister.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, statements by ministers are in 11A of the standing orders. 11A3 says any member may pose questions on a statement by a minister in accordance with standing order 17.2. It's a right given by the standing orders to any member. The member from Central St. Mary has sought to invoke that right. And I don't think it would be a good thing for you as Speaker to get off on a limb where you're denying a member his right to ask a question. As long as it pertains to the statement of the minister, he's entitled to make it. So I don't think we should assume it's going to be irrelevant. We don't even know what he's going to ask. He's seeking to invoke his right under the standing orders. And I would beseech you to allow him to do so.
I'm going to invite you. You mentioned section 17.2, and it says clearly, after the answer to a question has been given, supplementary questions may, at the discretion of the speaker, be put for the purpose, let me finish, may be put for the purpose of elucidating the answer given orally. But, and I want to read it, but the speaker may refuse any such question which, in his opinion, introduces matters not relevant.
But Madam Speaker, with all due respect, what 17.2 is talking about is any follow-up questions that he may seek to ask as a result of the answer to his question, and you have a discretion in the 17.2 to manage that process. We haven't even got there yet. 11A, subparagraph 3, creates his right to ask the question. And that's what we're addressing, not supplementary questions without a response. So please, Madam Speaker, reconsider the matter and just let us get over this. Let him ask his question and have it answered, and we can move on.
It's not a matter of getting over this. I am following. It's not a matter of getting over this. Not a matter of getting over this. The speaker has a discretion. I am going this afternoon. I am going this afternoon in the interest of appearing to be as fair as I must be as a speaker. Therefore, to allow, not for debate, not for a statement, for the member to rise and pose the question relating to an answer that has already been given by the speaker. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, you indicated that funds have been sent to the high school to purchase the computers and laptops. My question is, having regard to the fact that the bursars in each school, although they have been given the specifications, although they are considered procurement officers, would not necessarily have the expertise to do the procurement. Further, that the procurement process would take at least 30 days, and I've been advised by my school that it will take another 60 days before the computer supplier can deliver the computers. Would it not be prudent for the ministry to undertake the purchase of those computers?
The question was answered by the minister when she said, Hansard can help you. She said, although the funds have been given there, e-learning stands to assist all principals in the matter. And therefore, I'm now going to invite the leader of government business to proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, to quote Shakespeare, a Portia has come to judgment. Actually, Madam Speaker, I think that just by way of a comment, I honestly believe that we need to have a consultation with my opposite number in these matters, because this Parliament, under this leader of the House and this Speaker and Prime Minister, is going to run an ordered and structured Parliament. We are going to be guided by the standing orders, and until such time, and you and I have had discussions, until such time as we change the rules, we are going to be operating on a rules-based parliamentary arrangement that will ensure that we discuss efficiently and effectively the business of the people and minimize grandstanding. Madam Speaker, I now invite the Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, to make a statement.
Thank you.
And on a point of order, as we are abiding by the standing orders, are we going to get a copy of the...
Well, since the Leader of Opposition Business has raised this matter of the standing order, I have committed to this House and I have given direction to the members of the government side that our actions must be dignified, they must be integrous, and we must be efficient. In the debate that ensued regarding the question allowed to be posed by the opposition member and the right of every member to ask a question, I urge members to consider, when do we reach the limit of the individual right of each member versus the right of the citizens of this country to see their business effectively done? Should the right of the individual member outweigh the right of the Parliament to conclude its business in the interest of the people of this country? When, Madam Speaker, will the members of this House place the national interest above the individual interest?
Madam Speaker. Members, I would never allow, and I will never allow, members of government, when the leader of the opposition is speaking, to address him in that manner. And I'm going to ask us to be as dignified, and you have an opportunity when the Prime Minister is finished to raise your questions and to make. There is no need for us to behave that way. I know that the leader of government business and the leader of the opposition business had discussions, and we have had consensus that as a parliament, we want to proceed in a particular manner. And I'm urging all of us just to do so. There is a method and a way that we can express our views without losing the decorum and the dignity of ourselves and the Parliament.
Madam Speaker, though I did not ask for the protection, I welcome it. Having been in this Parliament not as long as most or many who have been here for 5 terms or more, and some members 8 and 10, we have grown accustomed. We have grown accustomed to sometimes ignore what should be considered elevated behavior. And this House has to start to be the example of that higher level of behavior for the society. The point that I was making, Madam Speaker, if it were drowned out in the chorus of the opposition, is that we must always respect the right of the individual member to speak, but that right must also contend with the right of the entire House to complete the business of the people. It could be a case where one member, in the exercise of his or her individual right, prevents the House from completing the business of the nation. And that is, I'm not saying it was the intention. And I'm saying that the Speaker has to, in that event, exercise a judgment. And there has to be a point where the opposition will and should respect the exercise of the judgment of the Speaker in ensuring that the entire House completes its business. The standing order places that responsibility in her hands. A point made and uncontested. Madam Speaker, the Leader of Opposition Business asked for copies of my statement to be circulated. It is indeed a convention, not a part of the standing order, but a convention which has been practiced for years and for good reason. I've only breached that convention once when we were doing the various gazettes under the disaster risk management. Madam Speaker, according to the World Bank, the massive shock of the coronavirus pandemic and the associated containment measures have severely contracted the global economy, the worst since World War II. Madam Speaker, industries have been disrupted, and businesses that require face-to-face interaction are struggling to keep afloat. The traditional way of doing commerce has proven to be a Herculean task during this pandemic.
What had been circulated was Minister Tufton.
Oh no, I've given mine to be circulated, yes, but they haven't.
That will come.
I've given mine to be circulated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I move about the country, I have observed the long lines at the tax offices, at the banks, and other public and private institutions. This signals urgent need for more services to be made available online, and our people must be sensitized to the importance of accessing these services online. This administration has always recognized that the transition to a digital society is a crucial prerequisite to the realization of Jamaica's growth and development ambitions. The COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically accelerated the adoption of digital technologies globally, and our recovery from the pandemic is critically dependent on how quickly we re-engineer, reconfigure, and reorganize our society and our businesses. And this applies to all areas, in the private sector and in the public sector. We were discussing, Madam Speaker, education. And the Minister of Education pointed out that she will make available some 40,000 tablets to students who are registered on the PATH program. But another 36, is it? 36,000 will be distributed to persons who are not on the PATH program. Oh, you'll give vouchers. Well, this is the same. We'll give vouchers towards the acquisition of tablets. This poses an administrative and logistics challenge, because in the distribution of these benefits, you could have duplications. You could have families trying to get twice, children getting twice. How do we avoid this? And how do we account for this? Because it would be the same Parliament that would be asking the Minister of Education to account for these tablets. And why is it that one family has 4 or 5 tablets and another family down the road has none? Madam Speaker, this places squarely in front of us the need to be able to properly identify our citizens. This is the root. This is the root of our thrust for national identification. It is to improve the ability of the state to allocate and distribute resources effectively to those who need it. It is to increase the ability of the state to serve its citizens. No other reason. So, when I was Minister of Education, Madam Speaker, I started a program in the Ministry of Education called the National Students Registry. There was some opposition to it when it began. But the National Student Registry ensured that each child registering in the public education system received a unique identifying number. It is that unique number which ensured that the Ministry of Education was able to order the exact number of books it needed, plus a provision for damage or loss. That saved the ministry at the time $500 million in ordering. Because what used to happen before is that not knowing the exact number of students in the school system, they had to use other methods of ordering books. And there used to be piles and piles of books in the school book room. Sometimes not distributed because the schools would be sending back books because we just didn't know. But that is an example of how setting up a national registry of your citizens helps to improve service. Now, that National Student Registry, it is now going to be used to ensure that we know who is logged on to the learning management system. And it is also going to be used to determine which student would have already gotten a benefit, whether or not they got a tablet or they got a voucher, so that we can be confident when we declare that global sum that we have given out, that there is a high degree of certainty that those benefits are going to distinguishable individuals. So, as policymakers, we must ensure that we put in place the legislation necessary to ensure that our citizens can receive the highest level of service from the state. And one way to do this is to ensure that we pass legislation for the national identification system. The leader of the opposition in the last campaign spoke quite often about the digital divide. This is a term with growing relevance to Jamaica, particularly because of the pandemic. In order for us to have a national identification system, we need to cross two hurdles. The first is, yes, the digital divide. The pandemic has forced schools and workplaces to close and people to practice social distance. And so the internet has become now the public square where people meet to exchange and to access information. But, Madam Speaker, half the world is not connected or has access to the internet. In Jamaica, we estimate that about 45% of Jamaicans are not connected to the internet. Some have devices, but they don't have the data plan that puts them on the internet. Some have no devices whatsoever. Some have devices and choose not to connect. So you can see that the pandemic will have a massive effect on how the society develops, how the society accesses information, if it is the case that 45% of Jamaicans don't have consistent and reliable access to the internet. Yes, there are other ways. People listen to the radio, they'll watch TV. But, Madam Speaker, you and I know that the quality of information that you get and the ability to interrogate and the ability to have responsiveness over the internet, you don't necessarily get that with radio or TV. So, Madam Speaker, there is no question that the government has to make a significant investment in ensuring that Jamaicans are connected. The member from Southeast St. Andrew asked the question, so where are we with connecting the schools and the hospitals and the police stations and the courthouses? Well, I will come to this House with a separate statement because the NWA is doing significant work in building out the public infrastructure as it relates to broadband and has indeed connected since the pandemic several schools. And a few months ago, we gave a directive for them to connect several of our courts, so that our traffic courts in particular, so that we would be able to deal with the traffic offenses. And that work, member, continues apace. You would have also heard that the Minister of Education announced that we are putting in partnership with a private sector entity, Ready TV, I believe it is, satellite connectivity, which would bring access to communities where it would be physically difficult at the moment to lay fiber optic cables. So the government is expanding the broadband network, and we are bringing on a monthly basis new entities. But I would agree with the member from Southeast St. Andrew in the sentiment that it is not happening fast enough, and what is needed is a radical, revolutionary approach to bringing broadband connectivity to every Jamaican household. The Minister of Science, Energy and Technology will come to the House with an update as to where we are in building out what we call the National Broadband Network. We are now at the phase of getting the consultants to help us to devise that program. And I would encourage you, as soon as you can, Minister, to bring the House up to date as to where we are with that. It's not just, Madam Speaker, the complaints that you receive about the drop calls and the poor service, and when you are having to have meetings on the various platforms, the difficulty in connecting, and it is so frustrating to Jamaicans because, you know, Jamaicans are beginning to utilize the services of the internet much more these days, and it is a very frustrating experience when you cannot have reliable broadband. Government understands this, that this is, you know, broadband is almost like a roadway. It's a highway. It is the highway on which information flows. And so the government has a duty, almost a public good duty, to ensure that there is this first world, first class, future-proof highway for information in Jamaica. And we are going to ensure that that highway is built out and that Jamaica has first world broadband access to ensure that we can participate in the fourth industrial revolution, not as observers, but as creators of technology using the internet. Madam Speaker, the second hurdle that we have to cross is, in terms of setting up our national ID, is to have the infrastructure to be able to assign the unique ID, but to be able as well to unambiguously authenticate the ID that is given. So assigning a unique ID is just one element of it. But if I were to assign the leader of the opposition his unique ID, and he went to the bank to present it, they would look at the card, and they would look at the leader of the opposition. They may ask him to just take down his mask a little bit so that they could match picture to the ID. But that is the old way of authenticating an ID. Now you have to put in place a whole new infrastructure that gives you a higher level of security and certainty that when somebody comes to you with an ID, even if it is a picture ID, that you are able to verify that the person presenting the ID, even if they have a close resemblance on the IDs that presented, that they match. I'm certain that those of you who went to vote and you looked at your ID, which some of you would have taken several years ago, versus what you look like now, there might be a little struggle in verifying the ID. With this system, Madam Speaker, identity. There will be other opportunities to verify the ID. So there will be certain devices that you could give your fingerprint and it would match according to what is on the ID, and that would verify. So the system, Madam Speaker, gives a higher level of verification of identity. Now, once you are at this level of higher verification of identity, what that does is to reduce transaction costs. If you consider now, Madam Speaker, that banks have to employ significant resources to verify who you say you are. Our present legal system around setting up bank accounts have extensive know your customer requirements. With a national ID, which is unique and verifiable, those requirements would not be as onerous, and it would facilitate transactions and reduce the cost of transactions, thereby making it easier to do business in Jamaica. In all of this, we have to always have in the forefront of our mind the privacy of the individual. And Madam Speaker, this administration is very proud that we have passed the Data Protection Bill. So we now have an environment that will legally protect and legally bind the state to protect the information and indeed the identity of each Jamaican. Madam Speaker, other countries in the Caribbean have started to see the light in this regard. And they are moving ahead with their own legislation. I would not like it to be said that Jamaica, which started on this path in 2009, would be among the last to have completed this. Because regardless of the opinions and the debate and the concerns expressed, I think we all have to come to the understanding that it is the way of the future. This is how the world is going to be organized. And Jamaica cannot, should not, must not be once again left behind when the world is going through its development revolutions. So, this is why this administration is moving with speed and alacrity to establish the national identification system. By implementing a voluntary system to manage the life cycles of citizens and residents' digital identities, the NIDS will address two significant challenges that we currently face: how to verify and authenticate users digitally and securely, and how to sign documents digitally. The NIDS will create immense economic value for both individuals and institutions. For individuals, it will enable increased use of financial services, improved access to employment, and time and cost savings. For institutions in both government and the private sector, it will provide cost savings, reduced fraud, increased sales of goods and services, and improved labor productivity. For the country as a whole, NIDS will create economic value by enabling greater formalization of economic flows, promoting higher inclusion of individuals in a range of services, and allowing incremental digitization of sensitive interactions that require high levels of trust. McKinsey Global Institute estimates that countries implementing digital ID programs could unlock economic value of up to 13% of GDP by 2030, making it a potential force for inclusive growth. Digital IDs can also unlock non-economic value, potentially furthering progress in areas such as protection of rights and transparency. Digital IDs can promote increased and more inclusive access to education, healthcare, and labor markets, and can contribute to greater levels of civic participation. And I don't want to stress this point, but for example, Madam Speaker, in Estonia, a country that is about half the population of Jamaica and about similar size, 30% of the individuals of that country vote online. Now we are nowhere near online voting. But I'm pointing out to you, Madam Speaker, that things that we now think are impossible or unachievable, these things are happening and have been happening for years elsewhere. Digital ID can also help enforce. But, Madam Speaker, an important point in that statistic is that according to the survey that estimated that 30% of individuals in Estonia vote online, 20% of them indicated that if they had to vote physically, they would not. So it does increase participation. Digital IDs can help enforce rights enshrined in law. For example, in India, the right of residents to claim subsidized food through ration shops is protected because their claim and identity are authenticated through a remote ID system rather than at the discretion of local officials. And the case of India and South Africa as a case study as to how putting in a system of national identification actually expands rights. Because in India, the subsidy that the poor would get, it had to rely on identification because the subsidy was not unlimited. And if you didn't have a beneficiary identification system, anyone could come and claim it. But by putting in place, as India did, their Aadhaar system, which is their national identification system, you would now be properly able to identify who are the poor, and only they could go and claim the benefit. So what you have done is to ensure that persons who are poor, who are properly identified, can be guaranteed the benefit. Because as the state, you would now know how much to budget for and who exactly will get it. So the implementation of a national ID expands rights. It doesn't take away rights. It expands rights and deepens it and allows the state to be able to fulfill the needs of its citizens. Madam Speaker, I want to update this Honourable House on advances being made towards getting Jamaica ready for the adoption of full digital services. So in November 2019, I announced that Cabinet had approved the first amendment to the contract for the NID solution to focus on the ICT upgrade activities until the new National Identification and Registration Bill is tabled. Madam Speaker, in April of this year, a significant landmark was achieved when Cabinet approved the new voluntary National Identification and Registration Policy. Substantial changes as reflected in the new policy include the voluntary enrollment under the NIDS and the use of minimum biometrics, which are fingerprint, facial image, and manual signature. The new National Identification and Registration Bill, Madam Speaker, is complete, and the NIDS Policy Committee, along with the Legislation Committee, which is a subcommittee of Cabinet, which that committee goes through the bills and makes the recommendation for final approval to Cabinet. The bill is now being reviewed. Madam Speaker, the government is fully cognizant of and sensitive to the legitimate concerns that persons have regarding data protection and privacy. We are committed to putting in place the legislative, technological, and independent oversight mechanisms to ensure the rights of persons are respected and protected. The government intends to embrace a collaborative approach through the traditional process of getting the legislation passed. So the government will also provide an online forum on nidsfacts.com for all Jamaicans to comment on the bill. Let me say, just to be clear, that we intend to have the bill through the Legislative Committee before the end of October. The bill will come back to this House, and out of an abundance of caution, I can state here that it will go to a joint select committee, so that there is no opportunity for unnecessary delays, and that if there are issues that arise in the traditional way, we deal with it in the committee. And the public can have their say. I don't want to determine the parliamentary process, but one would expect that the process is not unlimited. There must be some bound to it, and therefore we would like, before the end of the year, this year, that we should be seeking to pass the bill into law. Madam Speaker, once the bill is tabled in Parliament, as I said, we will have a joint select committee to navigate it through the Parliament, and we hope that the deliberations will proceed apace. Madam Speaker, in January 2020, under Phase 1 of the ICT infrastructure upgrade opportunities, the Public Key Infrastructure Project was launched. The PKI is a trusted security framework used worldwide to manage the policies concerning the creation, distribution, use, storage, and revocation of digital certificates that are critical to security in a digital society. Madam Speaker, this sounds complex, but it is. What this is saying, Madam Speaker, is that we are moving ahead with ensuring that when the legislation is passed, we can actually realize the needs, because we have put in place the structures necessary to have the needs actualized. In other words, if we said, as we said earlier, that a part of the needs is the function of authenticating identity, then the process by which that is done, which includes having the networks to do it, the software to encrypt and decrypt, and the user interface to be able to plug in information and get a response. All of that, Madam Speaker, is now being done under what is called the public key infrastructure. This project is scheduled to be completed this calendar year, paving the way for the introduction of things like e-passports and digital identities. The NIDS project has been upgrading the government's data center, the Registrar General's department, and investing in part in the development of processes and requirements for the Passport, Immigration and Citizens Agency, PICA, to implement e-passports. These upgrades include servers, firewalls, switches, load balancing, and the general enhancing of power and cooling infrastructure. So whilst we have been doing the legislative work and the policy work, we are also building out the infrastructure. When all of these things come together, infrastructure, legislation, and policy, then you have a national identification system that can work. So we have streamlined and organized our activities. Instead of doing them sequentially, we have worked simultaneously on all parts, so that by the end of the year, early next year, we should be able to start the execution and implementation of our national identification system. Madam Speaker, work is ongoing to improve the RGD's operations, thereby improving the overall delivery of services to customers. The development of a new electronic birth certificate solution is a major initiative being funded by the NIDS project at the RGD, and the project has already commenced with a pilot project soon to be rolled out. Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that upon completion, Jamaicans will have the opportunity to request, print, and verify their birth certificates without face-to-face interactions from anywhere in the world. Secure online verification and authentication of birth certificates will be a key feature of the process. The digitization of records, Madam Speaker, is another significant component that will substantially improve the RGD's operations. Once completed, it will allow the agency to be more responsive. To date, the RGD has benefited from over $25 million invested in the procurement of new hardware and software infrastructure, including improvements in power distribution. Madam Speaker, with more persons using mobile devices to conduct transactions, the government has put in place a plan to roll out an application to facilitate easy payments and retrieval of signed documents. This can be best described as a one-stop single digital wallet or an e-wallet. Upon completion, Madam Speaker, Jamaicans will be able to use the e-wallet to authenticate themselves, pay for various services, and retrieve stored documents wherever they choose to do. Madam Speaker, this e-wallet also has the potential to facilitate public transaction platform that could help the speeding up of commerce and increase financial inclusion of the ordinary Jamaicans. And we are moving ahead to have that concept built out so that you would be able, with, of course, the approval of the Bank of Jamaica and the Ministry of Finance, to be able to conduct transactions from your phone. You could, as they do in many countries, as in Japan recently, last year rather, and most transactions, people go with their telephone and they have the various devices. Nobody carries a wallet or a credit card anymore. That's because they have that facility of conducting electronic transactions on their phones. And we are now building out the potential to do it under the NIDS as well. Madam Speaker, as we advance into the digital revolution, we must not be afraid to take bold steps and embrace our future. We are developing the framework for human capacity for innovations in the creation and adoption of secure and safe digital spaces. The government remains steadfast in transforming our country into a digital economy and a digital society. We will, in short time, Madam Speaker, bridge the digital divide. I thank you. That's good.
Before you begin, Leader, I just want to indicate that as the courtesy has been given to the Prime Minister, so it will be given to you. He started at 4:33, and at 4:45 he had finished 12 minutes, and he went to 4:52. And I'm extending the same courtesy to you as Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect I will not need...
Compulsory, but it is not. You do not have to use all the time, but in fairness, I am extending the courtesy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And if you will indulge me further, I'd like to just begin by making a comment about what transpired just before in relation to the discussion on education. And without getting into the issue raised properly by my colleague, the member from South St. Andrew, about the right of the members to speak, what struck me most of all was that we were discussing the issue of education, which is probably the one which most demands collaboration between all elements in this House, both sides. But we were in danger of allowing what was essentially a subsidiary issue to cause a divide, because so deep is what I might call the divisive impulse to our politics, that we often fail to grasp the necessities of cooperation and collaboration, which is going to be so necessary if we are to overcome the impediments to our national development. And so I think we have to be very careful in exercising the powers that rest with you, Madam Speaker, and with others in the chamber, that we are always mindful of the larger objectives which bring us here, rather which divide threatens to make the social divisions even sharper with potentially devastating consequences. For going on 7 months, none of our children have had face-to-face education because of the pandemic. But in the delivery of online education, the 32%, as has been admitted, is not the 32% who are now connected online among the students are not the people in the most socially and economically deprived communities of the country, whether in urban Jamaica or in rural Jamaica. And if we don't find a way between us to bridge that gap, then I dare say the whirlwind that will occur will threaten to consume the entire society and disrupt, if not destroy, the social order in a very severe way. Now, the issue of digital identification, which the Prime Minister has raised, is also another issue which should require our collaboration. So let me put on the record at the outset that in relation to a national identification system, we on this side have no objection in principle to it. We took the matter to court simply because the issues which we were raising in the Parliament, including the issues that would have been issues of privacy, issues of excessive intrusion in securing biometric data, were issues which would have been properly ventilated had there been a process in Parliament, including a joint select committee. And in the denial of that process, unnecessarily in my view, government did things that the court has ruled to be unconstitutional. So in moving forward, let me state it clearly, we are not objecting here. And never were objecting to a national ID system. But we were concerned that it ought to be done in a way that did not infringe on citizens' rights. So my first plea in relation to how we are proceeding is that we need to learn from the lessons of the past. And I am pleased that the Prime Minister has given the commitment that the new legislation will go to a joint select committee. Now, creating the digital society will involve much more than simply legislation to secure an identification number, a verifiable identification number for each citizen. It requires that, of course, it requires the law that provides for that. But it requires, especially if we are to ensure that it helps us as a society to overcome the inherited social divisions and to remove the digital divide internally and globally, then it is going to require much more, some of which has been touched on by the Prime Minister in this statement. It will require an effective law. It will require also an adequate infrastructure. And we all know that recent experience, I think, of all of us, especially in the period of the pandemic, will have shown that the infrastructure that we now have is not only inadequate, but is getting more inadequate by the day. We are in this situation. In fact, I know of a situation today where some people were in a Zoom conference with a very important legal matter, and internet went down in the middle of that session that they were having. If we are to, whether we're dealing with online education, whether we are dealing with the court hearings by remotely, by Zoom or other platform, whether we are dealing with banking transactions, if the infrastructure doesn't work, the law is meaningless. And again, we need the assurances. The country needs the assurances that this will be provided for. Then there is the question of what I might call equity of access to this infrastructure once it's established. The fact is that, as in so many things, people of means can get access to services, as it stands now, to health services, and I have had very direct experience of that recently, as I know my colleague from Christiana, colleague and friend from Northeast, has also had. That, as I've said, life was a thing that money could buy, then the rich would live and the poor would die. And it's happening every day here in Jamaica. But the fact of the matter, if we are going to overcome the divisions that now beset us, the social and economic divisions, we have to ensure that the poor will have access to this digital infrastructure that is being created. Otherwise, the gap is going to widen. A gap that is already too wide. We need to ensure that as we bring our schools and hospitals and judicial services, legal services, financial services online, it's not going to result, especially in financial services now, in a situation where, as too many banks are doing, they are simply saying we only want to do business with the people who have surplus cash, and the other people can simply go on side because it's too expensive for us to service you. We can't build an equitable society with those principles are not overcome. And then there's the question that we need to take on board of the cross-border arrangements. We are now living in a world where what we are seeing is an increasing digital divide driven by geopolitical considerations in the world. How are we going to deal with it? Is somebody going to say to us, you can't use WeChat or whatever other kind of chat, and you can only use GChat, as the case may be? Are we going to be able to have an interaction with all countries? Will we be able to effectively protect the integrity, whatever the Data Protection Act, will we be physically, actually able to protect our data locally from the intrusions that emanate from overseas? All of these issues are necessary elements of any effort to create the digital society. And so, Prime Minister, I would want to urge for your consideration, especially as we contemplate how we will establish the digital society. And against the background, as I said, that I believe, just as it is in the case of education, in terms of this undertaking, there should be no divide in this House. If we don't get into the digital age, dog nyam our collective supper for the future. And so, Prime Minister, I want to urge that you consider, along with the leader of government, business leader of opposition, business, whether, quite apart from the Joint Select Committee for the bill, that a standing committee considering all the elements of the implementation of the digital society ought not to be established to look and oversee and discuss all these elements, extending to the establishment of the adequate infrastructure, whether, for example, this is going to be a public utility or is it going to be in private hands, all of some fundamental issues that have to be resolved without taking away the government's policy-making responsibilities, but benefiting from the collective consideration of the Parliament as a whole, examining the issues such as equity of access to the infrastructure, examining the processes and procedures which will see the digitization of health records, school records, police records, fingerprint data, and all the other data which will have to be digitized and maintained private as we go forward, looking seriously at the cross-border considerations that will have to be looked at. Because that committee would provide in the interactions between members on the committee an opportunity for us to transcend some of the kind of divisive tribalist impulses which come naturally to all of us inside here, and maybe give us an opportunity to find common cause on what is perhaps one of the most urgent challenges which will face us as we go further into the 21st century. I urge it for your consideration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition, and I just want to accept with humility and thanks the comments he made about the discussion prior to him rising. And I just want to make it very clear that it is my intention to be fair at all times and not to deny any member the right to be heard, but to remember that as a parliament, we have to be guided by the rules. And education is important. And of equal importance at this time is health. And there is a statement for the Minister of Health. And of equal importance is bringing us into the digital world. So if there were not another means by which additional questions could be tabled, I would not have. But we have to agree that we have to abide by the rules and we have to allow for the importance of each matter to be dealt with in the House. Thank you. Hilton.
Prime Minister, there's no question but that the NIDS bill, when it comes, and assuming it is consistent with our constitutional requirements, is going to unlock tremendous value and is critical to the country. My question to you is, separate and apart from the Data Protection Act, are you satisfied and is the government ensuring that the cybersecurity issues that goes beyond just merely data protection are addressed either simultaneously or or follow very quickly on the passage or the bill going through? Because you have quite rightly pointed out that infrastructure is already put in place so that things are moving simultaneously. Question is the cybersecurity aspect of the NIDS bill or the whole digital society and economy being addressed as we move forward in this parallel kind of way?
I think the members asked an excellent question. I'm going to be very guarded in my response, except to say that yes, we have started under the Ministry of National Security to address the issues of cyber. I think the less said here, the better for the country, other than to say that the government is moving to put in place. We have made investments. You may recall that in the last session of Parliament that questions were asked, and indeed, as I was guarded then, I am guarded now. But just to give the assurance that yes, we understand the importance of cyber. Cyber threats are major threats. major threats, and our private sector have raised issues about how to treat with it, and we are aware of the threats, and we are putting in place the measures to treat with it. I think that these questions could be more fully explored in the internal and external committee.
Madam Speaker, the final statement by Minister will be presented by the Minister of Health, the Honourable Christopher Thaw.
Madam Speaker, the country has made a significant transition to a new phase of the COVID-19 challenge. This phase is defined as community transmission, which has resulted in the following: higher numbers of persons being infected with the virus without a direct link as to where they would have contracted the virus, higher numbers of severe cases that are in need of hospital care, and most unfortunately, higher numbers of persons dying from complications related to being infected by the virus. Madam Speaker, as we are now in the community transmission phase, we have to recalibrate and rebalance our approach to the management of the pandemic. Community transmission means that the virus is no longer confined to clusters in the population. Targeted lockdowns are therefore, Madam Speaker, no longer as useful. In order to be effective, one would have to lock down the entire island, and of course this would have devastating consequences on all aspects of our social and economic life. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that like the rest of us in this chamber, I've often said that every death is regrettable, and the government conveys its condolences to the families of persons who have lost family members, friends, and loved ones to this pandemic. The truth is that the impact of the pandemic are far-reaching. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has also taken note of the significant impact that this pandemic is having on persons in the form of increased cases of mental illness. In fact, later this week into next, the Ministry will be rolling out a plan to, as part of the COVID response, to deal with the challenges of depression, anxiety, stress, increasing evidence of burnout. Madam Speaker, it cannot be emphasized enough that we have not experienced such a challenge of this magnitude in our recent history. Indeed, I believe the world can say the same. The staff of the Ministry of Health and Wellness and public health workers in general have a deep appreciation that we must always be open to change as we seek the best outcome for the people and communities who are directly impacted. So, we witness the efforts of the members in the field, frontline workers, and for the most part, there's no complaint. They go about doing their work because they are committed to serving the people of Jamaica, and I want to recognize and commend them for it. Critical to these changes and adjustments that have to be made is, Madam Speaker, from our perspective as a government and at the level of policy, is to provide support to preserve our healthcare and frontline workers generally. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, over the last number of weeks, have been embarking on a program to bolster our staff well-being, as they are significantly, as said earlier, being affected by this pandemic. We have seen the need to enhance our program as a consequence, Madam Speaker, for staff welfare. The implementation of this program, captured as staff welfare, will be led directly from my office, and we will work as a team, both at the head office, the regions, and at the parish level for implementation to deal with the issue of staff fatigue and staff burnout. The program will have 5 components, that is human resource management, staff engagement and communication, rest and relaxation, COVID support, and wellness. Each component will be supported through strong collaboration with the private sector to support the implementation of the one-year intervention. The total cost of implementation is projected to be approximately $37 million in this financial year, with an additional $37 million being requested for financial year 2021-22. Madam Speaker, staff burnout is a major impediment to the COVID-19 fight. And as a ministry, we have heard the growing cries for increased intervention, and we must respond, as this program will lead to a number of specific initiatives, Madam Speaker. Mandatory rest days for staff who would have worked excessive hours, mandatory 48-hour results for staff members who have done COVID-19 tests, preferential rates in hotels and other facilities to support all staff within the system, family support and counseling for those who are most impacted by the disease, and increase engagement and support to management within the regions and parishes to better support staff within the facilities and offices where they work. Madam Speaker, more generally, to prevent the virus from spreading uncontrollably, governments around the world have relied on a combination of 5 key measures. Firstly, testing and quarantine, targeted lockdowns of either outbreak, hotspots, communities, and even cities, restrictions on movement and gatherings such as curfews, limits on gatherings and social activities, border restrictions from incoming travelers such as border closures, pre-testing, screening, and testing on arrival, and 5th, changes in behavior that reduce transmission such as the social distancing, the wearing of masks, and of course sanitizing. Madam Speaker, we have employed most of these measures to varying degrees in Jamaica and with different levels of success. And it's a process. There is no playbook for the response to this virus. And so we adjust the levers as we go along based on the results and based on what needs to be done at a particular point in time. And the Cabinet, the Prime Minister, is always engaged in assessing and adjusting those decisions, always in the interest of the Jamaican people, the health and wellness of the Jamaican people. Part of the new direction for community transmission must be a refocus on the community. Community involvement at this stage of the pandemic is absolutely critical, Madam Speaker. This is critical to reducing the rate of spread, to protecting the most vulnerable, and increasing coping mechanisms as we all go through this together with the consequences, as said earlier, of loneliness, depression, and other mental health issues. Our community engagement strategies must focus on enhancing the mental health of the entire population, but especially our elderly persons who are increasingly showing the ill effects of social isolation. Accordingly, the Ministry has developed a plan that will see involvement of key community groups, empowering them to join the COVID fight, since we require all hands on deck. We will be engaging groups such as the churches, non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, social clubs such as the Kiwanis and Lions Club, youth clubs and youth organizations, all in aid of ensuring that we all become a part of the COVID response. Madam Speaker, we are now at a stage of the virus, the community transmission stage, where no one individual, no one group certainly not the Ministry of Health, and certainly not the government alone, can effectively ensure that we control this virus. We have critical roles to play. We have to provide leadership, but it does require all to participate in this process. We will be calling on the Women's Auxiliary, the Men's Fellowship, the football clubs, the police youth clubs, a true all hands on deck so as to ensure that we fight the COVID battle with a full army of persons to ensure our success. The truth is, while we look for increased support from our partners, we will continue to build, however, our cadre of healthcare workers. As fatigue and stress sets in, as we provide relief and coping mechanisms, the truth is we have to also expand the cadre of healthcare workers. And the government of the day has never refused a request, certainly during this COVID response period, to support and to expand the infrastructure and personnel in order to adequately address the COVID challenge. We have and will continue to do the following, Madam Speaker, as it relates to expanding our healthcare professionals. We've already employed an additional 121 doctors, medical officers, originally not a part of the establishment. The Ministry of Finance has approved, based on cabinet deliberations. Those persons have been employed and assigned effective September 1. We are in the process of engaging all newly graduate nurses from employment within the public health system. So we are now coordinating with the nursing training institutions and looking at the numbers that are available and adjusting the establishment to cater to those numbers in keeping with the challenges that we face and must overcome. We have started the process of employing additional nurses from our colleagues next door, the Cuban Brigade, and this is an agreement that we have had for some time. When the COVID response started earlier in the year, we brought in 150 healthcare workers. We're likely to double that, but that is subject to a proper assessment as to what we need and what is available locally. But already discussions have commenced to expand the cadre from Cuba as part of enhancing the COVID response. Of the approved 1,400 additional community health aides, we have engaged approximately 700 to date, and will be concluding the employment and training of the balance by later this year, certainly by the end of the year. And these community health aides are critical to the mobilization and coordination of the COVID response at the community level. We need a community health aide in every community throughout the country, because we have to take the message more direct to have the communities mobilized, understanding the message and responding to that message. Up to 400 additional public health inspectors will be added to the cadre of persons who will monitor and supervise protocols in facilities and workplaces. Madam Speaker, a big part of community transmission is how we behave within our environment, whether it is at work, at home, in institutions, and those are guided by protocols that the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the respective stakeholder groups, have put out. One of the primary functions of the ministry will be, through its public health inspectors, to visit with and to inspect or to support or assist these organizations in implementing these protocols. And so we're expanding the cadre of public health inspectors primarily for this purpose. And approximately 1,200 additional patient care assistants will be engaged to support the care of patients in facilities. Again, a key feature of the community transmission phase is patient care, because we do anticipate that once you have more cases, you're likely to have more hospitalization, and as a consequence, the need for patient care and more personnel to support that. Madam Speaker, taking personal responsibility at this stage is critical. Personal responsibility has to be the buzzword for this phase of the COVID response. And it means several things. Firstly, it means adhering to the measures that have been announced. And we have been very vocal as a government in multiple press briefings each week, in public media advertising, in underground community engagement, in highlighting the issue of wearing the mask, the 6 feet distancing, the sanitization. And it is very important that every Jamaican sees it as their duty to take this very seriously. But it also means looking out for the persons who are most at risk. It means ensuring that our parents and grandparents are guarded against infection and building their coping mechanisms to deal with the increasing levels of stress. So, Madam Speaker, you may be young, and the younger population in the society may feel that COVID is not a threat to them because they do not fit the typical profile of significant risk. But the message has to get across to them that they represent as a carrier of the virus if they do not take personal responsibility. And in carrying the virus, they could inadvertently pass it on to their mothers and grandmothers, who are the riskier populations, the vulnerable groups. Madam Speaker, personal responsibility means that we hold others accountable for actions and that impact on our own safety. If you see a place that is not adhering to the gathering protocols, do not enter that establishment and instead report them. Let those who are in charge of oversight and enforcement give them the information, because frankly speaking, you're helping yourself, but you're helping others. And that is a critical component of the response that we need. If you're taking a bus or taxi that is not adhering to the rules, don't enter and report. As a country, Madam Speaker, we must know more than ever, we must now understand that personal responsibility also means being our brother's keeper. In terms of testing, Madam Speaker, this has been a very discussed issue, and there have been levels of dissatisfaction over the approach to testing. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has announced that we are expanding our testing to include the use of antigen tests, following the World Health Organization, PAHO's approval of at least 2 types of antigen tests, and antigen tests as another approach to testing. Antigen testing will be primarily for persons who are symptomatic and will be done at suitable sites and approved laboratories. The implementation of the antigen testing will be piloted at major hospitals, health centers, and at the National Public Health Lab. While the PCR test remains the gold standard, the antigen test achieves a high degree of reliability at a fraction of the cost, with results being available within 30 minutes. In my own view, and the view of the experts, Madam Speaker, the introduction of the antigen test will be a game changer in the testing arrangements, because it means a quicker turnaround time, particularly for persons who have symptoms, and as a consequence, early information and early response in terms of treatment of one form or another. We have already ordered 80,000 test kits, and those are to arrive in the next month, in October, and those will be distributed across the hospital network and health centers. And over time, while we're waiting, we're training our staff to use this type of test, as well as the private players who will have access. So we'll also be assessing, Madam Speaker, and approving private labs to conduct COVID-19 testing. It is extremely important, however, that the ministry has full visibility of all the test results. All private labs conducting testing will therefore be mandated to report results to the ministry. Now, I am aware that there are some labs, private labs out there doing testing as we speak. And the truth is, the ministry has been in dialogue with a few of those labs, but there has been no concrete sign-off as it relates to the protocols that these labs have been observing for testing. And indeed, it's a conversation that needs to be had. because as a consequence, the ministry has not validated the testing that these labs have been doing. Our position is that we want private players to be a part of this process. It is essential for many reasons, not least of which is improvement in the efficiency of the delivery of testing. But at the same time, being a new virus, we have to, as public health, understand the process sufficient to be able to plan based on information that comes in from all sources, both the private and the public sector. So I urge those private labs who are anxious and who are engaged in the process, we're going to have to sit down and find a way to ensure that whatever we do acts in the best interest of the health and wellness of the population. In terms of border restrictions, Madam Speaker, under our controlled entry program, we have to streamline the process and increase efficiency so as to facilitate timely processing of the much larger numbers of applicants under the program. Cabinet is now contemplating the pre-testing requirements for visitors, that is, persons who are not residents of Jamaica, in order to see what is the best way to improve the efficiency of this process. However, consistent with the local acceptance of the antigen testing, the pre-testing requirement may be modified to permit both PCR and antigen tests. Madam Speaker, this should make it easier for visitors, both tourists and our Jamaican diaspora, to meet the pre-testing requirement, as antigen tests, as said earlier, are much more readily available and are faster and cheaper than the PCR tests. So we anticipate that in short order, we will adjust the testing arrangements, which will see a much more efficient approach to testing, and that will benefit both our diaspora and our tourism market. Madam Speaker, we are now several months into the pandemic, and the scientific evidence globally is overwhelming and clear. It is clear that social distancing works. It is clear that the wearing of masks is effective in reducing spread. It is clear that washing and sanitizing your hands kills the virus. Given that we are now in the community transmission phase, I urge all Jamaicans to assume that everyone you come in contact with could be carrying the COVID-19 virus. It's a baseline assumption that we recommend to all Jamaicans to act in their own interests and in the interests of their loved ones, their families, and indeed the community. This means that each citizen must take responsibility for their own protection by employing these measures. We need each citizen to understand that they have the ability, through their behavior, to influence their own risks and that of those they come in contact with. As a consequence, Madam Speaker, we will be ramping up the public education program, but it's going to take a slightly different form in that, in addition to mainstream coverage using alternative or social media and national mainstream traditional media, part of that communication now has to be micro at the level of the community. And the community health aides, all 1,400 of them, supported by the public health inspectors, the public health nurses, the primary health care system, is going to have to take on a significant level of that communicating with the communities, securing the vulnerable, helping the 70-year-old lady to take her hypertension medication, because that's important, and arranging the delivery of the medication if necessary. Talking to the youngsters on the street about the fact that they could be carriers, even though they may not be badly affected by the virus. That's the kind of communication that is required, and that type of communication requires all to be involved. Madam Speaker, in addition to social distance to those who may be infected, protecting themselves because they have a strong immune system is a very recommended path based on the science that we have currently. Madam Speaker, we will also be ramping up enforcement. There are Jamaicans out there who, even with the messaging, are not taking the message very seriously. The Prime Minister has asked that the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Justice collaborate to develop a ticketing system for enforcement of these measures by the police. I've heard that there needs to be greater clarity as to what the enforcement mechanisms represent in terms of what the police has authority to do. And to the extent that that clarity is required, the Cabinet, on instructions of the Prime Minister, supported of course by the Minister of Justice, will be putting in place those measures to ensure that there is sufficient clarity for all, both the enforcers and those who are expected to comply. We recognize that COVID fatigue is setting in, and there is increased resistance and discontent towards the measures among some persons. However, now is not the time for persons to let down their guard. Rather, we must individually and collectively redouble our commitment to comply with the measures. Even while we will look at enforcement mechanisms and other technologies that can assist in controlling the spread, the reality is, ideally, voluntary compliance is deemed to be far more effective and would be less onerous. We cannot stress enough the need for Jamaicans to understand, in their interest and the interest of others, why they need to comply. So we continue to urge all to understand the challenge that we face and to engage in self-regulation, voluntary compliance, as the best method. Madam Speaker, I want the Jamaican people to understand that until a safe and effective vaccine is developed and widely available, and there has been a lot of discussion around a vaccine and drug trials, and unfortunately, the narrative has shifted and in a sense has become a distraction from the efforts that we are pursuing as a country. I call it COVID conspiracies or COVID conspiracy theories, which we need to discourage. Vaccines have been a significant contributor to the health and wellness of the Jamaican population. And government policy continues to be that we will embrace, endorse, and support any attempt to develop safe and effective vaccines. And we would be betraying the contribution of vaccines to generations before us and to many of us in this room if we were to abandon, as part of our mandate, this global thrust to find a vaccine to overcome the COVID risk. And so any suggestion that somehow we're doing this in the interest of any narrow individual or industry interest is a suggestion that should be rejected and rejected with swift. We are committed and we are following protocols. We have an ethics committee that reviews any contribution or participation that we make, and anyone who participates when a vaccine is available, it will be voluntary. So you don't have to take it. We will encourage it, but there is a level of voluntarism in the process. And so we continue to work on that as part of a global effort, part of the global community to address this global pandemic. Because we believe that the only way to sustainably protect both our lives and the livelihoods is to learn to go about our normal everyday activities. We need this safe and responsible approach to dealing with the COVID-19 threat. The more people comply, Madam Speaker, with the measures, the faster we will control the spread and be able to loosen the restrictions and get our economy to full productive capacity. Madam Speaker, we will continue to keep this House and the country updated on our COVID response. The government continues to be very committed to ensuring that we do the right thing for the population, and this is a commitment that we make here in this new administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Opposition member, Dr. Guy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his very comprehensive presentation. I suspect that we have not had one for such a long time, hence he has decided to put all 12 pages here today. There are some concerns that we have, though, Madam Speaker, having regard to the fact that over the past 30 days, 1 month, we have had a 400% increase in the number of deaths. We have had, during this period also, just under 170% increase in the numbers that we have seen. The Minister has indicated that we are at the stage of community spread. He knows that we have some difficulty with his assessment as to the time the community spread came into being, because there are still many medical professionals and experts locally who felt that we did not have to rely on WHO PAHO to tell us that we're in the community spread phase. But we will see, we have accepted what the Minister has said. Madam Speaker, the whole COVID pandemic has created, as the Minister has quite correctly said, a lot of fears, a lot of uncertainties in the country. It has created too many challenges for people, which even in the previous presentation, as it relates to education, has also affected. It has affected the economy. I'm very happy, Minister, that you have indicated in this presentation that the proposal by the government to abandon the pre-testing for tourists coming to the country has been reversed, and that no longer that consideration is being given, whether it is because of the availability of the antigen test or whatever. But I think it is a right move in protecting further the Jamaicans who might be exposed to what we have already here on island from those who would seek to come in. You clarified something earlier on which I had wanted to find out, because you mentioned that the Ministry of National Security has been asked to look at a ticketing system. And what I'd like to ask from this side is, what does that mean? You indicated that further deliberations will take place. But it is our view, Minister, that the wearing of masks, as you have indicated in this presentation, should not be just, it should be a mandatory thing. And it is our view that if we are going to ensure that we prevent it from happening, there has to be some sanctions for persons who do not wear masks in the public sphere. And it is something that we would give support to. From this side, if the government decides that there's going to be some form of ticketing or some form of legislation for that. Because as medical professionals, as public health professionals, we all recognize that mask wearing, as has been pointed out to you by your technocrats and others, is one way that we can help to reduce this. Minister, you mentioned also the whole aspect of the welfare for the frontline workers. The welfare for the frontline workers. My concern, in as much as it's very commendable and it is demonstrating to them that we have their interests at heart, despite the new numbers you have, how do you plan to man the health sector adequately when, one, we have an increased number of healthcare frontline workers who are coming down with the condition, having been out of work for some period of time because they are in isolation or in quarantine, and then having this particular program. We recognize that you have indicated that you have 121 new doctors and that new nurses are coming to the system based on those who have passed the examination recently. But we still recognize that there's going to be a deficit in terms of manning the health facilities. Could you just explain that for us as you go along? Minister, all of this boils down to the question, in as much as we have personal responsibility, as you said, the government has to take the lead by initiating policy. But what is on the lips of most Jamaicans now, and the question that I am asking, is what measures are to be put in place to mitigate the spread and the number of deaths. Every single death, as you have pointed out, is regrettable. We have gone from 21 on the 31st of August to 101 today, a mere 30 days. And we are seeing that the numbers in hospital, the hospitalization numbers, yes, over 400%. We have seen the hospitalization numbers increasing, and we have seen that there's a swing between those who are moderately ill and those who are critically ill. It suggests that we are not on top of what we would like to have and to prevent in this country. Now, recently, you indicated that contact tracing is still going on. But in this presentation, you have totally ignored to mention it, and I'd like to ask a question. What is the true status of contact tracing? The World Health Organization has indicated up to a release in last week that testing, tracing, and isolation is still the way to go in terms of containing this pandemic. And I would want to think that we take the World Health Organization seriously in terms of their recommendations to their member states. Are we still doing the contact tracing as we ought to and as we should? You also mentioned, Minister, some time ago that the testing management of COVID-19 will now become akin to what is done for dengue, in that it is only those persons who are critically ill or those persons who are severely ill who, like in dengue, will be tested and found positive or negative, that we are going along the same route for COVID-19. Now, if that is the position that has been taken, Minister, Madam Speaker, it means, therefore, that we are only seeing the tip of the iceberg in terms of the numbers of Jamaicans who are positive but have not been tested to indicate whether they are positive. And the fact that if we are not doing the contact tracing, then certainly it means that we are missing a lot of those persons who would be positive but not coming into the system. Minister, I'm very happy that finally that the public health sector, in that the private health sector, the private laboratories are being tasked to do the antigen testing, COVID-19 testing, whether it's antigen or, well, I don't think they have PCR in this country, except one. But the truth is that, and I agree with you, it has to be in line with the Ministry of Health's protocol. But to give that particular authority for the labs to do it now is a welcome move, because it means that more Jamaicans can access the testing and be able to determine whether they want to isolate or, as they would say, take for themselves from this particular situation. So I'm happy that this is now. Minister, the matter of vaccines that you mentioned, the vaccine conspiracy theory, the question that most Jamaicans want to know, and I, from our side, would like to ask you, is Jamaica currently enrolled in any vaccine trials from any of the major manufacturing companies? It is something that is very topical in this country, and it is not only a conspiracy or the conspiracy theorists who are saying that. People want to know. You promised, Minister, that the government of Jamaica will be transparent and open in the whole management of the COVID pandemic, and we expect that if this is so, that you will indicate to the country whether this is so. If it is not so, whether there is an intention of doing that as well. But these are my questions for now, Minister, and thank you again for the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Member. You've said a lot, and I'll try to respond as quickly as possible. First of all, thank you for the endorsement of a number of the measures that have been announced, and that sends a good signal, because we do need the opposition to be on board as it relates to the measures that we are seeking to employ. The issue of the increase in deaths and positive cases is clearly, it's obvious, it is regrettable, as I've said in my presentation, It's a feature, unfortunately, of the community transmission phase. And the intention is to clearly minimize, hopefully avoid any deaths at all, and reduce as best as possible the numbers. But once you get to the phase where you are not able to effectively trace every positive case, which is the definition of community transmission, then it becomes that much more difficult to pick up cases or to avoid cases, avoid spread, until persons turn up at a healthcare facility, normally in some cases with advanced symptoms, which reduces the chances of successful treatment, particularly this is the public education, everyone playing their role, protecting the vulnerable in their communities, deploying the community health aides, and it's all there in the presentation. So I believe that if we optimize the strategy that has been outlined, we will significantly reduce the deaths and indeed even the positive cases. And I believe that we have been doing so to date, but I do think that we can do more if we are able to engage all hands on deck, as said earlier. In terms of the pre-testing, member, we never said that we were going to stop pre-testing. In fact, I recall last Thursday in the COVID conversation press briefing where I was leading with the health team, we said we were examining the arrangements, assessing the arrangements with the intention of trying to make it more efficient. So that's a very different thing from saying we were going to abandon or stop. And I think it's important. Now, having said that, we have come up with a proposal, and over time, Cabinet will take a definitive position. And this is in regards to an alternative test, the antigen test, and that will be made public. And that was a conversation based on all the factors and the risk assessment. The issue of enforcement, as I said, is a concern, the mask wearing. The truth is it is mandatory in public based on the order. The challenge that we are seeming to face is the enforcement of the order. And that is why the Ministry of Justice has been mandated to be more specific in terms of the supporting legislation to enforce, and the ticketing system is now being proposed for consideration. So I would say give us a little time. I think the Minister of Justice is seized with the importance of this issue and is likely to have a statement maybe next week, as soon as next week, on or local government, or the ministries will have a position on this issue as early as next week. But we do see the need for greater clarity so that the public can understand what their obligations are, what the consequences of not following through on that obligation, and of course the enforcement agencies can pursue with more deliberateness. The issue of manning the sector, particularly with the welfare program, envisioning persons having to take some time off. You know, member, as a medical practitioner, and I'm sure you have worked in the public system, you understand the challenges of, you know, a surge in any medical condition, whether it is dengue, in this case it is COVID, and the stress levels within that context, not just on the physical state, but on the mental state, because you're dealing with people, there's a lot of emotions and so on. And I think our healthcare workers have been true heroes in the response to this COVID-19 challenge. But the truth is there's a limit to the extent to which they can cope under constant stress. And so you would agree that the measure for welfare is necessary. We are, however, also sensitive to the fact that once we carve out that time for welfare support, it may mean persons coming out and then going back and re-engaging, which is why we've said we're hiring more people. And I've gone through a full list of that. It may still not be enough, but we have to find some space for the welfare support, because if we don't, we're likely to see persons performing suboptimally, which is not in the interest of the patient and certainly not in the interest of the cause that we're pursuing. So I think it's absolutely necessary, and I think we're all resolved to finding a way. Practically, it will also mean more people to give greater support and greater opportunities for it. The issue of the measures that will mitigate against the spread and deaths, that was another question you raised. I mean, I've outlined it in the presentation. It's about messaging. To the extent that persons don't fully appreciate or understand what needs to be done.
Sure. Madam Speaker.
You may go ahead, member from St. Mary Central.
Thank you. Minister, there's just one concern about the messaging, and I'm glad you mentioned it because I should have earlier on. The messaging that is going now needs also a revamping and a rebalancing, because a lot of the messaging that is going there is outdated for the earlier times we had. And it is something that the ministry needs to look at, because the message that goes out there is dated, right? And it doesn't have some relevance now. So I'm just saying you have a relook at that, tweaking it.
Oh, okay. All right, so on. So, member, I'm prepared to accept that the messaging can be tweaked or should be tweaked, and it's something that we continuously do. I think it's important for the populace to understand, for example, what is community transmission, because it's a very different animal altogether from what we were in previously, when contact tracing could be used more effectively to go in and to cauterize the spread, whether in a community, a parish, a town, or a building. Community transmission is far more difficult, which is why, and I'll come to you on the contact tracing issue. Contact tracing, while still present, and by the way, we're contact tracing now, I was told up to a few days ago, well over 3,000 persons. Now, the physical capacity to do that is far more difficult than if we're contact tracing 100 people. And I think we have to come to terms with that, which is why other methods have to be engaged. But I agree with you on the messaging. We have to get people to understand what community transmission is, what their role is in the process, because now more than ever, we need everyone to define a role. Everyone, barring none. And that has to be done not just in the air, as I said earlier, we have to go to the community level, which is why the community health aides are so important. So the messaging is one, in answer to your question. The community engagement is another. And over the past few days, I've been out there for myself, just working with the community health aides to get a sense of what is happening on the ground, what people are saying, both in institutions like the infirmaries, but also in the town centers and the communities, because that is going to be critical. Then there's the enforcement, which we spoke to earlier. And then, of course, there is the hospital care, because there is an assumption that if you have more positives, you're going to have more demand on the hospital system. And we're seeing that. Now, thankfully, we still have spare capacity. We're only taking up about 100, just over 100 COVID beds. We have about 350 under normal circumstances, and we're adding now the field hospitals. One was just added. We have a few others to come. But that 350, at the end of it, we should get up to about 500, 550. Now, it may seem a distance between 100 to 500. But if we don't play the role that we all need to play, we could fill up those beds very quickly. And the last thing we want as a people, as a country, is to have the health system overwhelmed by persons who need care and cannot get that care. Luckily, the vast majority of positive cases don't need hospital care. So those are the four things that we will have to use, and it's a combined effort, and it's an effort that involves all. On the contact tracing, as I said earlier, member, we accept the recommendations of the WHO, PAHO, that contact tracing, testing, and so on are still very important. We have not abandoned contact tracing, but it is far more difficult to do in the context of community transmission. We just don't physically have all the numbers. And so the other measures become a lot more important. As it relates to the expansion of testing, I think we have spoken to that. We've said antigen testing will now accompany, and that will, the PCR testing, and that will solve that problem. And finally, the issue of vaccines. As far as I know, we are not doing any vaccine trials now. We have signed on, with Cabinet's approval, to subscribing to a global effort involving over 150 countries to access vaccines or a vaccine once that vaccine has been found to be safe for the population, or certainly for those who wish to take it. Initially prioritizing frontline workers and then the more vulnerable in the society. And we are committed to paying for that amount and basically to be a part of that global community to support the research. But any trial that is going to take place is going to require a process of assessment of what that trial involves. And as you know, member, there's an ethics committee that determines in the public space whether or not we accept participation in these trials. And if that were to happen, anyone who participates would have to be fully aware of what they're participating in and would, of course, give their permission so to do. But as far as I know, none of that has taken place to date. Thank you.
Minister, I have a couple of questions. Can you indicate whether there...
Hold on a moment, member. We are going to take, at this present time, questions from Member Robinson, St. Andrew Southeastern. Please be reminded that a response has already been given to the statement by the Minister, and at this time, you're only permitted to ask questions.
That's what I had planned to do, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister indicate whether...
Well done.
Can the Minister indicate whether there is trend analysis being done on the communities where COVID is spreading and what this is showing? Secondly, if the COVID spread is primarily in the corporate area, in the built-up communities, or is it seen more in the rural areas? And then finally, what is the containment strategy or approach, or to even predict if you see spread in one community, does it mean that there's likely to be spread in an adjoining community? And what is the approach to be proactive, to whether through public education or otherwise, to inform communities? I know you don't want to create panic, but equally I think communities may be able to take action to prevent the spread.
Madam Speaker, I'm having some difficulties with this mic system, but we have one up, so let me. So yes, to the first question, there is our epidemiologist and her team have consistently mapped the positive cases, and from that mapping, right across the country, we can identify down to the specific community where the positive cases are, and from that we do some trend analysis as to what the likely impact would be in a particular area. That is how, in the early stages, we determine whether to quarantine particular communities, whether it was in St. Ann, in Clarendon, or in St. Thomas, St. Kingston and St. Andrew. And that continues. Now, what that means is that as we move to community transmission, that mapping across the country and communities is showing up a lot more prominently in a more widespread way. But the area that is most affected would be the KSA, Kingston and St. Andrew, and secondly, St. Catherine as a parish. What's the response to that? From that information, we manage the deployment of on-the-ground response to the messaging in the field at the community level. So our community health aides, manned, supervised by our public health nurse, public health inspectors, would deploy the forces in those areas as part of providing the messaging, as providing the information to persons, and encouraging particular behavior to reduce risk. It also has implications for hospital care and also for non-hospital care, because there are three categories of positives based on how they are housed for recovery. There is the largest category, which would be home isolation / home quarantining, so persons who would remain at home but under certain conditions. Then there is I call it the halfway house, if you will. It's not a hospital. It's a leased or rented facility, maybe a hotel, where we have our medical team, nurses, manning that facility, doing the temperature checks daily of these individuals and following up with them. And then, of course, we reserve the hospital care for the persons who are most affected, those who actually need hospital care. And that would be in the minority to date, and thank God for that, because it's quite a number of persons who are affected. So we have most of the cases in the urban centers, KSA and St. Catherine, and indeed we're prepared to make that public. I think we've uploaded that on our website, because I think it's important for Jamaicans to know generally, so that they can in fact prepare themselves for dealing with this situation.
Sorry, just a follow. Could you, Minister, involve certainly members from this House, whether in a briefing with yourself and the ministry, so that we certainly can be aware and through our own networks take the steps to inform our constituents or other things we may need to do in communities that may fall in our constituencies, that where you can detect that spread taking place?
I think that's a good idea, and in fact, you are an important part of the community connection, if you will, based on your leadership role at your constituency level. The council is the same. We do have a plan and we have been working with local government, Minister Mackenzie, as in terms of the execution of the messaging, the town criers and so on. But I think it's a good idea to engage at a more micro level the members of parliament. So I will put that in train and ensure that that takes place.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Ministry Paper number 64 of 2020 and Annual Report of the National Health Fund for the year 2018-2019. Ministry Paper number 65 of 2020 and Annual Reports and the Financial Service of the Financial Services Commission for the year 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. Ministry Paper number 66 of 2020 and Annual Report of the Department of Correctional Services for the year 2014. Ministry Paper number 67 of 2020 and Annual Reports of the Casino Gaming Commission for the years 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. Ministry Paper number 68 of 2020 and Annual Report of the Planning Institute of Jamaica for the year ended December 31, 2018. Ministry Paper number 69 of 2020 and the Public Accountancy Board Annual Report for the years 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. Ministry Paper number 70 of 2020 an Annual Report on Audited Financial Statements of the Financial Services Limited for the years 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. Ministry Paper number 71 of 2020, an Annual Report on Audited Financial Statements of the Financial Services Adjustment Sector Limited for the years 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. Annual Reports of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica for the years 2015-2016 and 2016-2017. The Auditor General's Department Performance Audit Report of the Heart Capacity of Skills Training Program. Annual reports of the Jamaica Promotions Corporation for the years 2015-2020 to 2016, 2016-17, and 2017-18. Annual report on audited financial statements of the Kingston Free Zone Company Limited for the year 2017-2018. Annual report of the Overseas Examination Commission for the year 2018-2019. The Spring Garden Irrigation Area Order 2020 under the Spring Garden Irrigation Area Order 2020 resolution under the Irrigation Act, and certified appropriation accounts for the head 256 Tax Administration of Jamaica for the years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, and 2018-2019. Head 20.
Another bill, shortly entitled the Dogs Liability for Tax Act 2020. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bills and for me to start the debate on their second reading. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Sexual Harassment Act 2020.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas by virtue of Section 3 of the Irrigation Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare any area specified in the order to be an irrigation area. And whereas on the 28th day of September 2020, the Minister made the Spring Garden Irrigation Area Order 2020, and whereas it is desirable that the Spring Garden Irrigation Order 2020 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Spring Garden Irrigation Area Order 2020 Resolution. 2. The Spring Garden Irrigation Area Order 2020, which was laid on the table of the House on the 29th day of September 2020, is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Minister Bartlett.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move the following motions. 1. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 67(2) of the Constitution of Jamaica, this Honourable House appoints a committee comprising of the following members: Honourable Edmund Bartlett, CDMP Chairman, the Honourable Carl Samuda, OJ, CDMP, the Honourable Clifford Warmington, MP, the Honourable Delroy Chuck, QC MP, the Honourable Olivia Grain, CDMP, the Honourable Omar Davis, and Mr. Fix Jackson, CDMP, to keep under continuous review, 1, the number of constituencies into which Jamaica is to be divided, and A, the boundaries of such constituencies. Second resolution, Madam Speaker, be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Orders number 68.3, and in accordance with the Standing Order number 73, this Honourable House appoints a Regulations Committee comprising the following members: the Honourable Mike Henry, OJ, Chairman, Mr. Franklin Witter, MP, Mr. Mika Davis, MP, Mr. Robert Miller, MP, Mr. Tova Hamilton, MP, Mr. James Robertson MP, Mr. Robert Chin MP, and Mr. Anthony Hilton CD MP. Thirdly, be it resolved that in accordance with Standing Orders number 68-1G and 73B, this Honourable House appoints an Internal and External Affairs Committee comprising the following members: Mr. Franklin Witter MP, Chairman; Mr. Donovan Williams MP; Mr. Dave Brown MP; Ms. Carencia Morrison MP; Mr. Hero Clark MP; Mr. Moreland Wilson MP; Ms. Rhoda Moy Crawford MP; Mr. Dwight Siblis MP; Mr. Fitz Jackson CD MP; and Ms. Lisa Hanna MP.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, if you allow me.
You may go ahead.
Yes. The House Leader has put a motion in relation to the internal and external committee, and I'm pleased that the Prime Minister is in the House at this stage. And just to say, Madam Speaker, that we are departing here, the House Leader having announced the chairmanship of this committee. We're departing from a policy that former Prime Minister Bruce Golding had implemented in 2007, where sessional committees were chaired and have been chaired by the opposition. It has been the case for not only the PAC that is provided by law, but also the PAAC and indeed the other sessional committees, including the one that has been mentioned. The basis for that at the time was that all of these committees and subject matters were really oversight function. Just like the PAAC, so too is the internal, external, and the infrastructure, economy and production, human resources, and so on. Those were meant to be oversight committees. And I thought it has worked well, and there is across administrations. It was carried over by former Prime Minister Simpson Miller and continued in 2016 to now. And Madam Speaker, I fear that in moving away from this, some of the objectives, laudable objectives that the Prime Minister announced last week, and Prime Minister, I took great care and attention in your presentation about the dignity of the Parliament, accountability, and that especially in this lopsided Parliament, and it's not a fault of yours or mine, but it is what it is. It is what it is. That perhaps rather than changing that policy, you might want to reinforce it. You might want to reinforce it. And along with that, Madam Speaker, and I don't really wish to take up too much of the time, as you know, Madam Speaker, the standing orders also provide for the composition, the numbers. And again, I want to signal to the government, again in keeping with the spirit that we have embarked on in this term, that further consideration be given to the number of opposition members that would be appointed to these committees. I urge that you do so, and I had made certain recommendations to the House Leader. And finally, on this matter, the standing orders also prevent, unless the House approves, for ministers and parliamentary secretaries not to sit in these committees. The last time we were quite amenable to the breach of this rule, or for it to be amended to allow for the government to allow its ministers of state to participate in these committees. It is not the intention. I don't think the standing orders wanted, the Parliament wanted to have members of the executive to sit on these bodies as oversight, because it just is a conflict of interest. And so I'm urging that we do not breach that standing orders at this time. So in relation to the points I'm making, firstly, that we resume the chairmanship of the opposition, be allowed to continue as chairman of these sessional committees, that we amend the provision to allow for greater number of the opposition on these committees, and finally, that ministers of state and parliamentary secretaries be not allowed on these committees. That's my submission, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I take note of this very extended point of order, which really bordered on a debate. Indeed, we are going to have a debate, which will come after, as is the practice. However, the member may choose to do the debate now rather than later on when I ask for a suspension to allow for the debate. However, Madam Speaker, I think that the rigor with which this Parliament intends to conduct its business and the extent to which we must involve the non-executive members of the governing party in all of this, and the spirit of the standing orders, Section 75, which makes it very clear in terms of how the composition of this committee should be, and the right that it gives to enable a chairmanship, firstly, to be decided by the members, and the members can decide, or that the Parliament itself make the suggestion which we have indicated here by way of saying notwithstanding Section 68C of the order. So where, Mr. Speaker, the past, Madam Speaker, where the past has indicated a practice, that past anticipated a practice that would work, a practice that would be efficient and would be enabling the Parliament to function in a more vigorous and rigorous way. And what have we found, Madam Speaker? What have we found? We've found that in the last 5 years, this is the record of these sessional committees that have been headed by the opposition. And in the spirit of the rigor of which I speak, and the determination, Madam Speaker, to ensure that this Parliament does not behave the way other parliaments have, and that we set a new standard. What I'm making now, Mr. Speaker, is a point of a little shame. Madam Speaker, is a point of a little shame to me. Because in 5 years, the only 2 committees that have met on an average of more than 3 times for the year have been, as a matter of fact, none except the PAAC, which has been used, as we know. And I was chairman of PAAC. And I was chairman of PAC. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, in the 5 years since 2016, the PAAC met 84 times. The PAC met 15 times. The internal and external committee, chaired by the opposition, met 14 times in 5 years. The economic committee met 9 times in 5 years. What? The HR committee met 23 times in 5 years, and the infrastructure committee 9 times. Tell me now, Madam Speaker, is that efficiency? No. Is that the effective way of utilizing the resources of this wonderful house? No. Well, we need to change that, and that's the reason for this standing. So be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Order 3, and in accordance with Standing Orders...
On a point of information, yes. Madam Speaker, I really know that my friend didn't mean it. But certainly he would be aware that the committees could not meet in the premises that were designated, which is the Parliament, because of lack of space and lack of scheduling. Also, is a House leader contending that these committees are not oversight committees, because that would be a tremendous departure from what we know them to be. And that was the intention of Prime Minister Golding at the time, that whether it's infrastructure, economy and production, that these are oversight on the government's operations.
But the Prime Minister will comment on it. But I think that every policy that is determined has an outcome that it anticipates. The then Prime Minister anticipated efficiency, and that indeed the oversight function would be carried out and would be carried out well. He did not anticipate this poor performance, this abysmal performance of the committees. And certainly, Madam Speaker, this could not in any way inure to the benefit of the public who have sent us here to do their business. So the Prime Minister wishes to make a comment on it, and
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Hold a moment, please. I would appreciate if Minister Bartlett completed and we wait until public business to go into a detailed debate on the matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is good order that we should complete the resolutions and then we debate afterwards. So Resolution 4 says, notwithstanding Standing Order number 68.3, and in accordance with the Standing Orders number 68.1J and 73E, this Honourable House appoints an Ethics Committee comprising the following members: Mrs. Marissa Dalrymple-Filbert, MP, Chairman; the Honourable Floyd Green; the Honourable Delroy Chuck, QC MP; Mrs. Anne-Marie Vaz, MP; Ms. Karenzia Morrison, MP; Ms. Tamika Davis, MP; and Dr. Maurice Guy, MP. These are named committees. That's a different thing from sessional committees. Oh, they're different. 5, be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Order 68.3, and in accordance with the Standing Orders number 68.1I and 73C, this House appoints a Human Resource and Social Development Committee comprising the following members: Mr. Hira Clark, MP, Chairman; Ms. Crystal Lee, MP; Mrs. Anne-Marie Vaz, MP; Ms. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, MP; Mr. Xavier Main, MP; Dr. Michelle Charles, MP; Honourable Alondo Terrelong, MP; Ms. Rhoda Moy Crawford, MP; Dr. Marie Witter, MP; Dr. Dwight Siblis, MP; Mr. Dave Brown, MP; Mr. Miguel Phillips, MP; Ms. Natalie Nita, MP; and Mr. Julian Robinson, MP. If you notice, then they are named committees, and then they are select sessional committees. The named committees, as we understand it, can have right, and the standing orders are very clear on this. Be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Order 68.3, and in accordance with the Standing Orders number 68.1H and 73C, this House appoints an Economy and Production Committee comprising the following members: Mrs. Juliet Holness, MP, Chairman; Mr. Dave Brown, MP; Mr. Philip Henriquez, MP; Ms. Tova Hamilton, MP; Mr. Morland Wilson, MP; Mr. Mike Henry, MP, CD; and Dr. Norman Dunn, MP; Mr. Anthony Hilton, CD, MP; and Mr. Hugh Graham, MP. Number 8, be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Order number 68.3, and in accordance with the Standing Orders number 68(1)D and 72, this House appoints a committee of privilege comprising the following members: Mrs. Marissa Dalrymple-Filbert, MP; Mr. Xavier Main, MP; Mr. Franklin Witter, MP; Mr. Hera Clark, MP; Ms. Rhoda Moy Crawford, and Mr. Marlon Wilson, MP, and Mr. Mika Davis, MP; Mr. Philip Paulwell, CD, MP. Number 9, be it resolved that in accordance with Standing Orders number 68(1)A and 69, this Honourable House appoints a Public Accounts Committee comprising the following members: Mr. Mark Golding, MP, Chairman; Mr. Franklin Witter, MP; Mrs. Juliet Holness, MP; Mr. Philip Henriquez, MP; Mr. Dwight Siblis, MP; Dr. Michelle Charles, MP; Ms. Corenzia Morrison, MP; Mr. Hera Clark, MP; Mr. Robert Miller, MP; Mr. Moreland Wilson, MP; Mr. Robert Chin, MP; Mr. Mike Henry, Honourable Mike Henry, CD, MP; OJ, CD, MP; Mr. Donovan Williams, MP; Dr. Maurice Guy, MP; and Mr. Lothian Cousins, MP. Number 10, be it resolved that, and in accordance with Standing Orders number 73A, this Honourable House appoints a Public Administration and Appropriations Committee comprising the following members: Mr. Michael Phillips, MP, Chairman; Mr. Dave Hume Brown, MP; Mr. Hera Clark, MP; Ms. Tova Hamilton, MP; Mrs. Juliet Holness, MP; Mr. Mika Davis, MP; Ms. Corenzia Morrison, MP; Ms. Crystal Lee, MP; Mr. Dwight Siblis, MP; Mr. George Wright, MP; Mr. Franklin Witter, MP; Mr. Philip Henriquez, MP; Honourable Mike Henry, CD, MP; Mr. Fitz Jackson, CD, MP; and Ms. Lisa Hanna, MP. Number 11, be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Order number 68(3) and in accordance with Standing Orders number 68(1)C and 71, this Honourable House appoints a House Committee comprising the following members: Honourable Edmund Bartlett, CDMP, Chairman; Honourable Carl Samuda, CDMP; Honourable Deborah Chuck, QCMP; the Honourable Robert Montague, MP; the Honourable Olivia Grain, CDMP; Mr. Mika Davis, MP; Honourable Marsha Smith, MP; and Mr. Philip Paulwell, MP. 12, be it resolved that in accordance with the Standing Order number 74, this Honourable House appoints a Special Select Committee comprising the following persons: Mrs. Juliet Holness, MP, Chairman; Ms. Anne-Marie Vaz, MP; Mr. Omar Davis, MP; Ms. Rhoda Moy Crawford, MP; Mr. Donovan Williams, MP; Mr. Hera Clark, MP; Honourable Alonzo Terlong, MP; Mrs. Denise Daly, MP; and Mr. Julian Robinson, MP, to examine and recommend for approval proposed estimates for the Constituency Development Fund submitted to the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, by respective members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing order to enable me to take these motions.
Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill shortly entitled the Authentication Foreign Public Documents Act 2020 and the bill shortly entitled the Dogs Liability for Tax Act 2020.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the Minister of Justice to take first reading of the bill shortly entitled the Authentication Foreign Public Documents Act 2020 and the bill shortly entitled the Dogs Liability for Attack Act 2020. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled the Authentication Foreign Public Documents Act 2020 and also the bill shortly entitled the Dogs Liability for Attacks Act 2020.
A bill shortly entitled the Dogs Liability of Attacks Act 2020, read the first time. And a bill shortly entitled the Authentication Foreign Public Documents Act 2020, read the first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bills.
Public business. We will start with Minister Chuck, then Minister Grange.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we will have it in order, Minister Chuck, then Minister Grange, and then Minister Green.
But then you have the motion.
Yes. And then I will have my motion.
The lectern. Madam Speaker, the two bills are fairly short, and I don't expect to be too long with them. Firstly, I'll deal with the...
Minister Chuck.
Sorry. Sorry,
yes, sir.
Madam Speaker,
You're required. Right.
I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to commence debate on second reading of the bills, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is for the standing orders to be suspended to enable the Minister of Justice to take second reading of the bills, notice of which he gave earlier, and also for him to commence the debate on them. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will deal first with the Authentication Foreign Public Documents Bill 2020, generally referred to as the Apostille Convention Bill. And for a start, I would just like to tell the members that this is a very important bill that will allow us to be a part of the Hague Convention. It will allow documents, which I will outline shortly, to be readily accepted abroad. For example, persons in other countries do not recognize, they might not appreciate what our birth certificate, our marriage certificate, various documents. And once a person gets it legitimized by apostille certificate, the other countries accept them easily without the other countries having to go through, or the person having to go through a process of legalization. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to present to the House of Representatives the Authentication Foreign Public Documents Bill to implement the Convention abolishing the requirement of legalization for foreign public documents. This bill seeks, Madam Speaker, to provide the legislative framework for the accession and implementation of the Hague Convention abolishing the requirement of legalization for foreign public documents done at The Hague on the 5th day of October 1961, generally referred to as the Apostille Convention. Madam Speaker, generally, a public document that is intended for use in a foreign country is required to be verified by a public authority. This requirement comes from the fact that the recipient in the foreign country may not be familiar with the official capacity of the person signing it or the identity of the seal or stamp it bears. This need for verification gave rise to the process of legalization, which is ordinarily facilitated through embassies, consulates, high commissions, and foreign affairs ministries. However, Madam Speaker, a number of intermediary steps are oftentimes required, and this varies across different national systems. You can therefore appreciate the inconvenience experienced by foreigners seeking to have their documents verified in a foreign country. This is not good for business, Madam Speaker, because sometimes the business does not have the time to undertake the very cumbersome requirements to have business documents authenticated. The Apostille Convention was established to abolish the traditional requirement of legalization with the use of a single formality, namely the issuance of an authentication certificate called an apostille by an authority designated by the state in which the public document originated. Of all the conventions under the auspices of the Hague Conference on Private International Law, the Apostille Convention enjoys the widest participation by states in that 118 states from all major regions representing all major legal systems of the world are parties to the convention. An apostille that is issued in respect of a document is accepted by all countries that are parties to the convention without the need for any further legalization under their domestic system. Madam Speaker, the convention applies to public documents issued by a ministry, department or agency of government, as well as from judicial authorities like the courts and other tribunals. Common documents include birth, marriage, death, and educational certificates, medical documents certified by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, declarations, shipping documents, statements and similar documents signed before a justice of the peace or notary public, company documents, and so forth. Recently, Madam Speaker, some of Jamaica's international partners have indicated that it is becoming increasingly cumbersome to their nationals to do business in Jamaica and for Jamaican nationals to conduct business in their countries because of lengthy legalization processes. In addition to being a lengthy process, there are also additional costs involved when there's no resident embassy of the country of destination located in Jamaica. Further, the Maritime Authority of Jamaica also explained that the authentication of notarial acts was a challenge to the ship registry being maintained by the authority, as it proved cumbersome for clients who were primarily from jurisdictions outside of the Commonwealth and the United States of America. It agrees that accession to the convention would facilitate the ease of conducting the registration of ships, having regard to the fact that the registration of ships required the filing of a number of documents overseas, and these documents required notarization. The government, Madam Speaker, is committed to making Jamaica a place where anyone can conduct business efficiently and conveniently. We understand the process of legalization can be a bar to the efficient conduct of business in Jamaica. We want to eliminate unnecessarily lengthy processes which impede business efficiency. Given the universal nature of the apostille, it significantly impacts the ease of doing business across international borders. Madam Speaker, although the Cabinet gave approval for Jamaica to accede to the convention, there was a need for domestic legislation to facilitate the implementation of the convention, the bill. This bill was drafted based on that convention. I will now proceed to highlight and explain the main clauses of the bill. The short title of the bill, as noted, is the Authentication Foreign Public Documents Act 2020. Clause 2 outlines the definitions relevant to the authentication process through apostille. This clause defines what types of documents this bill will apply to, as well as the varying bodies involved in the process of issuing an apostille. Clause 3 indicates that the Act applies to a public document in two situations. One, a document which has been authenticated in the jurisdiction of a contracting state to be produced to a recipient in Jamaica. Two, the authentication of a public document originating from Jamaica to be produced in the jurisdiction of a contracting state. The Act will not apply to public documents originating in Jamaica to be produced to a recipient in Jamaica, amongst other things. So, Madam Speaker, the point is, Jamaicans must know which are official documents. So once a document is being used in Jamaica, between parties in Jamaica, there's no need for the document to have an apostille certificate. But once the document by a Jamaican is to be used in a foreign country, then it needs the apostille certificate for authentication and vice versa. I would say at committee stage later, not today, Madam Speaker, Section 3(2)(c), we will remove the phrase commercial or, but that will come at the committee stage. Clause 4 stipulates that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, by an order, may limit the application of this Act. Clause 5 stipulates who the competent authority in Jamaica for the authentication of the public documents shall be, which in this case is the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, Clause 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 are fairly straightforward. Clause 23 is also straightforward, but there will be a change in the penalty, and members will, if they look at Clause 23, they will see that in subsection 1, it says $3 million or 6 months. That will be corrected to say, consistent with the other sections, it will say 3 million or 3 years or both fine and imprisonment. Clause 24 allows the minister to make regulations to give effect to the Act and further lists the possible regulations to be drafted, which includes the prescribing the form or manner in which apostille requests are made and the procedures for the publication of records of apostille certificates. Clause 25, Madam Speaker, allows the minister to increase monetary penalties specified in the Act. So, Madam Speaker, this is a summary of all the various sections of the Act. We're hoping, I now move, Madam Speaker, for the suspension of this bill, and I hope others will take the opportunity to participate and support what is a very needed and necessary bill, which we are hoping to pass at the earliest possible stage. So I ask, Madam Speaker, and move for it to be suspended, the debate to be suspended to another date.
The question is that the debate on the bills be suspended. Those in favour? Those against?
Madam Speaker, the second bill is quite interesting, and that is the Dogs Liability for Tax Act 2020. And I am pleased, Madam Speaker, to present to this honourable House a bill titled Dogs Liability for Tax Act, which is aimed at encouraging owners of dogs to manage and control their dogs. Madam Speaker, without question, a dog is a man's or a woman's best friend. A dog, however, Madam Speaker, certainly becomes a part of the family and a source of much comfort and care. The care and protection of one dog is very important, and as a dog lover myself, it pains me to see dogs being ill-treated or allowed to injure others. An important part, Madam Speaker, of the duty to care and protect the family dog is to recognize that the dog may be loving and caring to everyone in the household, but poses a danger to innocent strangers, pedestrians, and bystanders who may be walking innocently on the road. Madam Speaker, that is the spirit with which this bill has been crafted. This bill is not intended to frighten or penalize dog owners. It is meant to increase the awareness of dog owners of the importance of keeping and caring of their dogs under their control. There have been, over the years, Madam Speaker, too many cases of debilitating injury and death caused by attacking dogs. The harrowing ordeal endured by the most recent victims up in Stony Hill area, all over, Madam Speaker, has made the issue impatient of a resolution. Madam Speaker, this bill repeals the Dogs Liability for Injuries Act, which was passed in 1877 and has not been amended since its enactment. That law provides civil remedy for victims of dog attacks. That means the owner has to be sued in order for the victim to be compensated. This bill, Madam Speaker, will introduce criminal liability in addition to the civil remedy that previously existed, so that whether the victim pursues a civil remedy or not, the owner may be prosecuted if any of the offenses set out in the bill have been committed. Let me make it very clear where there's injury, but an attack can occur if the dog rushes at a person in such a manner that the person is put in fear of being bitten. In other words, Madam Speaker, if the dog chases someone on the road and the person is able to escape but is not bitten, that doesn't mean that the person has not suffered from fear of being bitten. And in such circumstances, it should still be a criminal offense. And that is what the Act provides for, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, injury is also defined to mean death, disease, or any mental or physical impairment. Perhaps the most important definition, Madam Speaker, is that of owner. It is the person who is the owner who will be liable. It is construed very widely, so that the person or persons who live at the premises where the dog is kept and managed will be presumed to be the owner. And if the dog is placed under a person's care and custody at the time of the attack, that person is also treated as the owner. Let me be very clear, Madam Speaker. If you simply feed a stray dog that you see in the public place, you will not be liable for anything done by the dog. You are not in control. But if you take home and control the stray dog, you have acquired the status of owner, and you will not be able to assert that you are not liable because you found the dog on the street, but you are in control. The dog responds to your command, and you manage the dog. So the law says that if you are in control and you manage the dog, and the dog bites anyone, then you're liable. Madam Speaker, the situations in which a person will be presumed to be the owner of a dog are set out in Clause 3. It is important to note that a person can avoid liability if they can show that even though they lived at the premises where a dog is kept, they did not permit the dog to be there, or they did not know that the dog was kept there. No problem. Clause 4 sets out the statutory duty under which the owner of a dog is placed. An owner is under duty to ensure that the dog is kept under their control at all times when the dog is in the public place. The clause is to be amended, Madam Speaker, Clause 4. We want to make Clause 4 disjunctive rather than and. So that this clause will be amended to provide for clauses B and C to be options. The fitting of a muzzle or other forms of restraint is one way of ensuring that the dog is kept under the owner's control. And so instead of and at the end of Clause 4B, we will exchange and to or. So once you're in the public place, the dog must either have a muzzle or be on a leash or be kept under some form of control. In the back of the car or in a cage, in a grill. Fine, I can't talk. Clause 5, Madam Speaker, set out in Clause 5 that civil liability will still be available under this bill. Clause 6 makes it an offense committed by the owner of a dog if the dog attacks any person in a public place. This is a strict liability offense. Two things must be established. Firstly, that you are the owner, and secondly, that your dog has attacked someone while the dog was in a public place. So if your dog jumps over or finds its way through the fence and attacks a person who is on the sidewalk, you are responsible and have committed the offense of not keeping your dog under control. It is important, Madam Speaker, to know that the scope of the bill does not include a person who is attacked on the premises where the dog is kept. This is because the Occupiers Liability Act places liability on the occupier or occupiers of premises for any injury suffered by a person who the occupier permits to be on the premises. Clause 7 sets out the defenses that an accused person may put forward to avoid liability. So if your dog attacks a person because you were being attacked yourself by that person, you will not be liable. It is a normal form of self-defense. So in that case, the dog attacked to save you from harm. A person can also avoid liability if they can show that they were not the owner of the dog at the time of the attack, or where the dog attacked someone who was trespassing on their property. Clause 8 sets out the penalties that may be applied if a person is convicted of an offense. The penalties consist of monetary fines or imprisonment and will vary if the matter is tried summarily in the parish court or in the circuit court. Madam Speaker, these penalties are high. 15 years for debt, $3 million, $5 million, but these are maximum penalties that, depending on the circumstances, a judge, listening to the nature and circumstances of the case, may in fact impose lesser penalties. So what we have put there are the maximum penalties. Clause 9 empowers the court to make orders such as putting the dog to death or for more appropriate management and control of the dog. The factors that the judge is required to take into account are also set out. So the seriousness of the injury, the circumstances of the attack, and the precautions taken by the owner must be taken into consideration. The victim of an attack, Madam Speaker, is dealt with in Clause 10. Clause 10 mandates constables who receive report to ensure that an investigation is made. If the victim was not injured, the constable may issue a warning to the owner of the dog to take steps to ensure that the dog is not able to go onto the public space and attack any person again. So we have provided for that warning. So if the dog chases someone or rushes someone, then that person can report it to the constable, and the constable, if the person is not injured, can give a warning, but the next time it happens, the person will be charged for a criminal offense. Madam Speaker, these are the main features of the bill. It is intended to encourage compliance, and I urge all dog owners to exercise care that their dogs do not pose a danger to members of the public. Every dog owner, which means in virtually every Jamaican home, is hereby put on notice to ensure their dogs are properly and effectively kept under control and in their private space. It is now time to secure your fence. Increase its height if the dogs keep jumping over the fence. Mend the holes if the dogs keep escaping through the holes. And ensure that everything necessary to avoid injury to innocent bystanders and pedestrians are avoided. Madam Speaker, I hope others will participate in this debate. There many persons have had experience with dog attacks. they can give those experiences in support of this bill. And we hope, and I will leave it, this bill, we're suspending the debate now, but we'll leave it open for a couple of weeks so that members can participate. I know, Madam Speaker, asked for the suspension of the debate at this time.
The question before the House is that the bill be suspended. The debate on the bill be suspended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister of Agriculture, Minister Green.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is for the suspension of standing orders to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? Those in favor? Those against?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is a fairly straightforward matter in relation to the passing of an irrigation order. Table before this Honourable House, Madam Speaker, is the Spring Garden Irrigation Area Order 2020, the National Irrigation Commission Limited, which is a company incorporated under the Companies Act, which falls under the Ministry of Agriculture, is the licensed irrigation authority by virtue of the Irrigation Authority licensing of the National Irrigation Commission Limited Order 2011. The Commission, Madam Speaker, is seeking to expand the areas within which irrigation services are being provided, and as such, under Section 3(1)(a) of the Act, I am empowered to order to declare any specified area in the order to be an irrigation order area for the purposes of the Act. The Act provides that such an order shall be subject to the affirmative resolution of this House. The area in question, Madam Speaker, is one of our agri-parks, Spring Garden, which is located in Portland. It is made up of 702 acres of land and was funded under the Agricultural Competitiveness Project Program. The Spring Garden Agri-Park, Madam Speaker, is one of those agri-parks that we're very excited about, especially considering that we're taking the mother farm concept to the development of this agri-park, having learned from some of the experiences of the past. In this agri-park, CASE will provide the mother farm, and CASE will use their research competency to spread the knowledge throughout other areas of the farm and to help up to the 75 farmers that we intend to have occupy this agri-park. The agri-park will focus and has already started to focus on crops like pumpkin planting, banana, sweet potatoes. As you know, the Portland area is very well known for its planting and banana production. And last year, out of this agri-park, we were able to export plantains and bananas to the Eastern Caribbean. The order before us, Madam Speaker, is for irrigation services to be provided. In fact, all the work has been done. We've actually fully outfitted the agri-park with the requisite hydrants and pipes for them to get irrigated water. And as such, the order is straightforward. Paragraph 1 provides the name of the order, Madam Speaker. Paragraph 2 refers to Part A of the schedule, which provides a description of the Spring Garden irrigation area, as well as Part B of the schedule, which provides for the area delineated by the map. The schedule of the order has Part A, which is the description of the Spring Garden irrigation area, and Part B depicts the map of the Spring Garden area. With that said, Madam Speaker, it is my hope that we will be able to close the debate today and have the motion approve.
The any other contributions?
Thank you, Minister. Definitely support this. I just wonder, in your closing, if you could just explain what the effect of an order like this is. In terms of why it's necessary and what it achieves. Because obviously we want to promote agriculture, export agriculture. Pleased to see whatever progress is in that direction, especially in this time where the tourism sector is under so much pressure. We need to rebalance the economy. Agriculture must be a very major pillar of the economy going forward. Congratulations on your appointment, by the way, to that post. I sent you a WhatsApp, by the way, on that, which I didn't get a reply to. Anyway, so just if you could just kindly just explain what this does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me tell the member, thanks for his well wishes. And I agree with the member. Agriculture at this time is critical and very important, and our ability to extend our irrigation networks are even more critical to the future sustenance of the agricultural sector. What the order really does, having already expanded the network, the order actually gives the Irrigation Commission the authority to charge and to provide the water and to bill for it. So up until this point, they are unable to so do, so they are unable to enter into contracts with the farmers until this order is passed. So you can imagine why we wanted to get this at the first sitting of Parliament, because having gone in and the farmers have seen the water actually flow through the pipes, they are now very, very anxious to get those pipes connected, to introduce drip irrigation into their farms, which again has shown to really increase the production. So they're doing well so far, but this can really push them much further. So this order, which we will pass, will give the NIC the authority to go in to enter into contracts with these farmers. We already have 41 farmers waiting to enter into contracts, and we expect in another few weeks another 35 will come on board, billing the complement up to 76. We want to move over the next year to fully cultivate the 702 acres, which will really help to drive production, especially in planting and banana. So thanks for the support, and I'm very sure that we will be working together across the aisle to move agriculture forward. Thank you.
Any other question?
I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the House Leader to take the motions, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the provisions of the standing order which we read and the reference to notwithstanding what the standing order 63E says, does give us the latitude to include whatever members the House will agree on by way of its vote after the resolution. However, having regard to the sense that the oversight should in fact include, and in fact the standing order in its initial stages said that, without the reference to notwithstanding, that, and there is adequacy on our side, no question about that, and the abilities exist here for the oversight to be provided. We have agreed to withdraw, Madam Speaker, the ministers who are on the named committee, bearing in mind that there are two committees that are not named in the standing order, and that's the Boundaries Committee and the CDF Committee. So those would remain with the composition as indicated. And therefore, Madam Speaker, in outlining, therefore, the resolution for the Parliament to vote on, I'd like to refer now to Resolution 4, the Ethics Committee, and to substitute the name Tova Hamilton for the Honourable Floyd Green, and Mr. Philip Henriquez for the Honorable Delroy Chuck. The rest of that committee will remain. In Resolution 5, to substitute the name Tova Hamilton for the Honorable Juliet Cuthbert Flynn and Mr. George Wright for the Honorable Xavier Main. And that's for the committee, Human Resource, Human Resource and Social Development Committee. And these are named committee. And of course, Mr. Philip Henriquez MP for Mr. Orlando Terrelong. In Resolution 7, relating to the Economy and Production Committee, to substitute the name Crystal Lee for the Honorable Marsha Smith and Daniel Lawrence for Dr. Norman Dunn. And in Resolution 8, and that's the Committee of Privileges, to substitute the name Donovan Williams for the Honorable Xavier Main. The other committees remain as they were, Madam Speaker. The House Committee, we will substitute the names Mrs. Juliet Holness for Carlson Muda, Mr. Frank Witter for the Honorable Delroy Chuck, Mr. Hero Clark for the Robert Montague, Ms. Rhoda May Crawford for the Honorable Olivia Grange. But because the House Committee is a named committee and indicate who the chair should be, the chairman, who is the the leader of the House, will remain. Okay? That, Madam Speaker, would complete the adjustments that are to be made to enable us.
That named infrastructure.
Yes, yes. We name infrastructure. We name all the committees. So that if it suits you, Madam Speaker, the resolution is put.
Right, Madam Speaker, we are at public business and the motions are put, and the process allows for a response. In fact, other members to participate. I am not going to repeat all that I said earlier, but we are today departing from an established policy and practice by a JLP administration, which was a good practice.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. The member for East Kingston and Port Royal says we are departing from an established policy position. Can the member make reference to any aspects of the standing order or any such resolution or motion that was passed in the Parliament that gives rise to the point he's making? Just to make it clear, clarity for the House. You're right.
Madam Speaker, in court, people refer to judicial notice having been given, but the Speaker can, in fact, attest to the fact that this has been an established practice since 2007. And we all here, yes, are derived from a policy that the then Prime Minister had stated quite eloquently, and we agreed. And what is that, Madam Speaker? It is recognizing the role of the opposition as the appropriate oversight body within the Parliament. And as such, it wasn't confined to the PAC nor to the PAAC, but to all the other sessional committees of this Parliament. The House Leader, in our interaction, and I must say that so far, our interactions have been good. And I want it to continue in that, but I believe it will, based on our respect for each other. But I really want to urge at this time, especially with the Prime Minister in the House. Yes, you have adjusted and removed the ministers from these committees, accepting the oversight nature of the committees. And it would be totally inappropriate for ministers to sit on these committees. So too would be members of the administration, the government side. And I urge that that be addressed so that the opposition will retain the chairmanship of these committees. And I also ask the government in relation to the number of persons on the committee from the opposition side, that it is within our power as well to enlarge those numbers, as I had indicated to the House Leader in a note to him some time ago. So, Madam Speaker, I'm urging that we retain this practice that has worked well for us, and I make that submission.
It being 7:20.
It being 7:20, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
The question is that the time being 7:20 p.m., the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I just want to speak on the motion. Madam Speaker, this innovation that was introduced by former Prime Minister Bruce Golding was an innovation designed to enrich our democracy, strengthen our Parliament as an oversight body in relation to the executive. It was a positive and enlightened position that he took. It was supported by the then opposition. And when the then opposition became government, they continued it. When the government changed again in 2016, it was continued. The primary aspect of this which concerns me is the question of who chairs these committees. The practice which was established of the opposition naming the chairman gives the oversight function greater robustness. It has worked well. The question of efficiency, that's a mixed situation because we all know that there's a single chamber that all the committees compete for time. PAC and PAC are typically given priority, and certainly the PAC generally meets fortnightly, so as to give the committee clerk an opportunity to produce the minutes and so on, and to give the technical officials and the Auditor General and so on a chance to function, so they're not there every week. The PAC has been very, very active throughout the 5-year period you referred to, Minister. We're now in a situation where the government has 49 members of Parliament, the opposition has 14. It's a situation where they have a supermajority in the House. It is a situation where they have many backbenchers who, many of them are new MPs, and their presence on the committees will give them an opportunity to learn the procedures and functions of the House well. The standing orders which mandate that there should be no ministers or ministers of state on sessional committees is for good reason. It's part of the oversight function to keep the executive off the committees and let the legislators deal with that as an oversight body. You have ample backbenchers, and the standing orders require that you use them. So the amendment that you proposed, we salute you for that, Minister. It is appropriate, it is indeed required by the standing orders. The practice of having opposition persons appointed as chairman of these sessional committees, it was never enshrined in law. The standing orders were never amended to make it a permanent feature of the law, but it was followed for successive administrations. And now, in a situation where the governing party is so dominant in Parliament, and in situations where the opposition on some committees will have one member, many of them will have two, and I think in 3 of them will have 3 members. The government side will have 10 sometimes, 8 sometimes, 9 sometimes. The dominance of the process by the government side is not in keeping with the spirit of Bruce Golding's enlightened position, and the committees will not function, I think, in accordance with their best practice, which is to make them vigilant oversight bodies. I know from the government's perspective, it's not convenient to have that type of oversight because it can be annoying, and it can be, if it's covered in an adverse way, it's adverse publicity and so on. But we need to, I think, raise our consciousness above that and see that for the democracy that we're in, the richness of it, the maturity of it, we should not step back from a practice which was instituted, ironically, by that side. And it was a good innovation. It has worked well, and I think Jamaica has benefited from it. So I'm very saddened, Prime Minister, I'm very saddened that you have chosen to resile from that practice at this stage in your 2nd term. I don't think it's a good move, and I urge you to reconsider it, sir. And I think that we should stick with the practice and ensure that the committees function as best as possible as oversight bodies of the executive. It's going to be very difficult with the diminished numbers on this side, but with the chairmanship, it gives you a little bit more opportunity to ensure that the way in which the committees function is in keeping with the desirable situation that they provide effective oversight to executive action. I think resiling from that practice is to be resisted. I feel very strongly about this. I urge the Prime Minister to give some time to rethink it and let us agree to continue a practice which has worked well. Efficiency of the committees will always be undermined by the layout of Gordon House with a single chamber, and where Cabinet is on Monday, so we can't meet on Monday. Senate is on Friday, we can't meet on Friday. The House sits in the afternoons on Tuesdays and sometimes on Wednesdays. So there's very little committee time, and priority by convention is given to the PAC because of its constitutional role and the PAAC. Other committees find it difficult to schedule time. Until we get a new parliament, we will be plagued by that problem. And it does affect adversely the efficiency of the committee. But we shouldn't compound that by eliminating a useful and salutary practice introduced by Most Honourable Bruce Golding, which was to ensure that the oversight function is strengthened by having opposition MPs chair those committees. I urge your Prime Minister to reconsider this position.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, let me congratulate you, Madam Speaker, on assuming the bench chair as our Speaker. You have been there before, and I'm confident of what you can do and will do. Madam Speaker, the comments by my colleague from South St. Andrew, I stand fully with. And I'll just emphasize a couple points, and I believe they deserve and demand emphasis. I was a bit saddened when I heard my good friend, the House Leader, mention about this efficiency of the committees. I was very saddened. Why, Madam Speaker? We both serve on a couple of committees, particularly the PAAC, in a number of years, while he was chair some time ago. And he knows of the difficulty that we experience in getting time for the committee to sit. And as my friend said, it's basically 3 days of the week, in fact 2.5 days of the week, we have our committees to meet. Tuesday mornings, Wednesday morning, sometime in the afternoon, and Thursdays are usually a difficult day for all members of Parliament because that's their constituency day. So it is functionally no more than 2 days of the week for all the committees to meet. Yep. And the two committees that dominate the meeting times is the PAAC and the PAC. All the other committees struggle to get meeting times. Many times meetings scheduled by those committees have to be cancelled to give way to the other committees. So when I heard my good friend make mention about inefficiency of committee, it was a bit disappointing because I know he knows otherwise. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if there is inefficiency on the part of the committees, it is the House leader's duty to make sure that, thanks, Delroy. The then Prime Minister made the change because of the commitment to the oversight function of the Parliament. One thing we can never take away from former Prime Minister Bruce Golding, he believes in the role of the Parliament. Right? Yes, I've said it before and I've said it again. I'll say it again. The changes were made then. At the time in 2007, Madam Speaker, when, though they were not codified in the standing order, yes, it wasn't done, but there was an acceptance across the aisle. And both sides accepted it. That was enough. On the other hand, there were ministers of state in the executive that served on the committees that were prohibited by the standing order. But because of the composition of the Parliament, the then government need more members to be on the committees, and that's why we never bark at that quote-unquote breach of the standing order, because we understood then that the then government had a small backbench and they needed to complement the composition of the committees by members who were not on the backbench. I respected that and I appreciated it. In 2011, the then government had a supermajority, 2-1, 42-21. Notwithstanding that supermajority that we had in 2011, those provisions that prevail as of 2007, introduced by former Prime Minister Bruce Golding, were respected. It's called principle. Because we accepted it when we were on the other side. And I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, there were some members on our side who wanted to change it because we were in power then and we should exercise the power. Collectively, we took the position that principle must prevail over expediency. And so we respected the provision and we adhered to it, to the T. We adhered to it. We never used the majority that we had, that supermajority, to ram down what we wanted because the principle stood supreme. We both traveled that road, both sides. That's why I'm a bit disappointed that when we are supposed to be improving, to developing the democracy, ensuring that the oversight, that when I heard the Prime Minister spoke about integrity and transparency in here, I said, boy, there is some hope. This is a retrograde step. This is a retrograde step. This is a blatant abuse of power. We had it before. We could have used it. We never did. So I'm appealing. You have the majority. You can make whatever decision you want. But I appeal in the interests of governance for our country, not our party, our country, that the government revisit. And I was more appalled when I heard my good friend made a comment to justify this travesty. He said the PAAC was used by the opposition in the way it did. And if what came out of, nothing that came out of the PAC was in a breach of any standing order. Nothing came out of the PAC was a breach of any law. And then to blame the PAC for what happened? Shame. Right? Shame. To blame the PAC for light which have been shown on practices in government. And that is to be covered up or to be denied, it's sad. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I'm closing. Power is one thing, you know. They say when you have it, be careful how you use it. It can be a boomerang. Right? So as I said, the majority is there. But I urge, I plead to the Prime Minister, I plead to my friend, the leader of government business. Put Jamaica first. Put Jamaica first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am pleased that the Prime Minister is here and will probably speak on this.
Members.
And it is that to which I want to speak, Madam Speaker, because the frustrations outlined by the member from South End Andrew, and again supported by the member from St. Catherine South, was real, very real and palpable, which is the constraints that is inherent in the existing parliamentary setup. It is well known. It is a reason we use oftentimes as the best case for a new parliament, which is simply that what exists was not designed for a modern parliament. And one of the weaknesses was the meeting room, the sufficiency of space to meet. But to compound that, we talked about the time, the limited time that was available for members. And many a meeting we've set was cancelled. The record does not show how many meetings were set but had to be cancelled because either a committee meet, a number of times PAC members, chairman had to come to me to say, look, we need the time. And we made way. But Prime Minister, you have spoken eloquently about the governance structures and about the integrity in government. This really is an opportunity to demonstrate the seriousness because the use of the number of times that committee meet to justify this is a subterfuge. It really is a subterfuge because of the fact that we simply don't have the structure to accommodate it. But let me say this. Let me tell you why I know it's a subterfuge. In the last parliament, the attempt was made then to abolish the practice. And that was resisted at the time. And there was a pullback from that. However, what was done was how the committees were then operated. We had a situation where half the meetings, the start of every meeting was taken up about procedural issues that was intended and designed to frustrate the functioning of the committee. And it happened in this way. First of all, the government members would invariably argue that the agenda can only be set by what came out of the parliament, what came out of the resolutions in parliament. And that determined the agenda. So if the House did not approve it, then you couldn't set any separate agenda. That was one way in which to narrow the scope of the activities of the committee and to frustrate the functioning of the committee. So we took note of the fact that the government then attempted to abolish the committee, the chairmanship of the committees. Then, when it was resisted, they simply changed tactic and then limit the scope of the function of the committee. And then now to use the comment to say the committees didn't meet because the economy and committee met only 9 times. Really is to communicate the ideology of power. The ideology of power that is being practiced by this administration. And Prime Minister, it is too early in this new administration to be taking that position because it is said the same knife that sticks sheep, stick goat. And I'm saying it is a subterfuge, and it is very transparent as to what is taking place. And I remind the country and the Parliament that this was attempted last term.
True.
And it is simply a rehashing of that exercise at the beginning of this term. Prime Minister, an attempt. Prime Minister, I ask you to pull back from that and do not sully your good record on governance issue. Good record on governance issue so far. Please retain the best practice. Retain best practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the members for their contribution. We expected that the opposition would make a case for maintaining the practice which had evolved since 2007. I would want the members to reflect on the practice that existed before 2007, indeed from the inception of the House, where committees were chaired by government members. Indeed, the leader of opposition business mentioned the important function of Parliament, and that is to exercise oversight on the executive, on the government. And that point was a theme of the presentation of the opposition, oversight. And that in some way, by allowing sessional committees to be chaired by government members, that in some way we would be diminishing the oversight of those committees and weakening the role of Parliament in keeping the executive in check. If we were to strip away the impassioned plea and look only at the reasoning of the arguments, it would quickly be agreed by any reasonable person that there is no standing in the arguments presented. Madam Speaker, forgive me. The PAC, which was the first committee to be given the chairmanship of the opposition member by the standing orders, was done so because it was realized that there was an alignment of interests, and therefore it would be best served that a committee that looked at financial probity, that looked at keeping the government's accounts in check, that committee should be chaired by an opposition member, so that there is no possibility of a confluence of interests to cover up any issue or to in any way use parliamentary power to avoid scrutiny. And that is why it was agreed, and it is common parliamentary practice through almost all parliaments, that that committee in particular is always chaired by an opposition member. What we are proposing to do, Madam Speaker, is not to interfere with that. That will be maintained. I recall bringing to the Parliament a resolution to reinstate or to activate the Public Accounts, the Public Administration Appropriations Committee, the PAAC. And when that resolution was finally accepted and activated, the then government gave the chairmanship of that committee to a government member. My recollection was that Easton Douglas of blessed memory was the first chairman of that committee. What we wanted to achieve then as the opposition was to have even greater oversight of government business, in particular how the government's budget was being expended in the year that it was approved. And we recognize that having a government member chairing the committee, we were not getting that impact. And I believe that that would have also influenced the position taken by former Prime Minister Bruce Golding. When we became the government in 2007, former Prime Minister Golding made the concession, starting, and I believe, inspired by the situation with the PAAC, to have all the sessional committees chaired by opposition members. And I agree, it was a noble gesture. It was one that was well intended to improve oversight. And I agree as well that the PAAC, the Public Administration or Appropriations Committee, should remain under the chairmanship of an opposition member. Because, again, the alignment of motivation. You would not want for a confluence of interest to prevail and then somehow subvert the oversight of Parliament by, for example, not scheduling meetings to examine government functions. Now, I want you to walk with me down this road, because the opposition in the last session of Parliament found it possible, with limited space, no special room dedicated for holding PAC meetings, but they found it necessary to allocate all their time to the PAAC and some time to the PAC. No time to the Economy and Production Committee, no time for the Infrastructure Committee, no time for the Human Resources Committee. Why? Why is it? Is it just so that we can... You had your chance to speak, member.
Please, members.
Now,
Prime Ministers.
By the very argument that somehow oversight is defeated because of limited space, by the opposition not calling the committee meetings, not seeing to them being held, they, Madam Speaker, have defeated oversight. They, Madam Speaker, are being hypocritical and trying to mislead the public. Because oversight, Madam Speaker, is not merely or only or singularly on the fiduciary matters, not merely on the budgetary matters, not merely on the financial matters, but there are policies and programs for which the government has committed to in its budget, for which the government would have presented to the public in their manifestos, programs, policies and programs that are of great importance. But there is no alignment of interest for the opposition to hold the government to account, to bring those programs to fruition, hence the government gets the benefit. I go back to my original point. I go back to my original point. Madam Speaker, I go back to my original point. When the House was structured with the standing orders, those who founded it understood this principle, and which is why it was structured the way it was. Oversight is not only, and that's 45 years, by the way, 45 years before it was changed. Oversight is not only the purview and the responsibility of opposition members. That is the falsehood in their argument. Oversight, Madam Speaker, is the responsibility of every parliamentarian. It is the responsibility particularly of the backbench. And the backbench is not defined by opposition members only. The backbench includes everyone who is a non-executive member of the government. They too have a role and a duty. What is it that we are trying to create, Madam Speaker? What is it that we are trying to create? We are trying to create a parliament that functions, a parliament that works, and a parliament where every single member of parliament can execute their duties and roles effectively. There is no attempt here, no attempt whatsoever, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. And as we are on the issue of oversight, the government is not just the executive arm. The government has statutory agencies and bodies, and they submit to the Parliament on a regular basis reports which the only use that sometimes they have is to decorate some of our bookshelves, because they are hardly ever read. They are hardly ever reviewed. What I intend to do, Madam Speaker, and I've already given direction to the House Leader, is that every single report from a statutory body that comes here must be assigned to the relevant sessional committee for that sessional committee to review it. So they will have work to do. I don't intend to have 49 members when you take off the executive and have this massive backbench sitting down in Parliament banging on desk. All of them will have work to do. All committees will be functional, and their role will be to ensure that the government keeps the commitments and the promises that it has made, because the interest is aligned in that way, and that way we will see greater accountability. Madam Speaker, there is a sense sometimes in the way in which the opposition speaks, as if accountability and probity and high moral standard is their exclusive domain. As if the government of Jamaica is intent on somehow tricking the people or operating in a way less than the people's expectation. That will not happen under my leadership. It will not happen in this government. There is no deviation from the commitment to have the highest level of integrity, of dignity, and efficiency. Our action is integrous. It is in keeping with what is in our standing orders. Our action is dignified. We are giving greater meaning to the role and function of parliamentarians. And our action is efficient. More work will get done, and there will be a greater level of accountability and probity. I put it to you, Madam Speaker, that our actions are appropriate, in order, and in the public's interest.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I put the motion.
The question before the House.
Come on.
Yes. What are you going to divide? Well, I have already put on the record the wonderful performance at the end. You go against this record of performance.
You better get used to it when Lisa starts.
In 5 years, the Economic Committee meets one.
Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Brown. Dr. Brown-Burke. Dr. Chang. Dr. Charles. Mr. Charles. Mr. Chin. Mr. Chuck. Mr. Clark. Dr. Clark. Mr. Cousins. Ms. Crawford. Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Ms. Daly. Ms. Davis. Mr. Davis. And Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis also. Ms. Davis had answered the question. Dr. Dunn. Mr. Golding. Mr. Graham. Ms. Grange. Mr. Green. Dr. Guy. Ms. Hamilton. Ms. Hannah. Mr. Henry Kitts. Mr. Henry Kitts. Mr. Henry. Mr. Holness. Mrs. Holness. Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lawrence. Miss Lee. Mrs. Malahoo Fort. Mr. Main. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Miller. Ms. Morrison. Mr. Montague. Mr. Morgan. Ms. Nita. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips. Dr. Phillips. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Shaw. Mr. Sibbles. Mr. Slowly. Miss Smith. Mr. Terrelong. Dr. Tufton. Mrs. Vaz. Mr. Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Williams. Mrs. Williams. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Witter. Mr. Wright.
say 33 years. The ayes have it.
Members, there are 33 yeas, so the motion is carried.
House Leader, no further business.
Madam Speaker, it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that the House adjourns for a date to be fixed.
The question before the House is that we do now adjourn for date to be fixed. Those in favor? Those against it? The ayes have it. This honorable House is now adjourned.